Here we are, first ever EPWT. Yes, the European Pro Windsurfing Tour, new tour. The whole idea is to keep it in Europe, being able for the guys to drive their vans around to a tour just in Europe. So apologies for everyone else around the world, but this is the idea. A few differences to the Pedal A. Maybe this is a stepping stone for the guys that want to push on to the Pedal A, but obviously we're going to have some of the world's best races in this tour as well. Johan So is out there racing at the moment, obviously fresh from his Olympic campaign. We've got Michelle Becker, 5th in the Pedal A Tour last year, so he was obviously one of the top racers. He's going to be gunning for that. We've got the Wolf, who is definitely making a name for himself. We've got Vinter. He was up into 2nd place, obviously in Fuerteventura for that Pedal A. So we do have some top riders, plus quite a lot more, which we're going to go into as we go into this event. First day, we have got a bit of rain around, so I have to warn you, if it is raining strong, we probably will cancel the racing because we want you guys to see it at home. The drone cannot fly, obviously, if it's absolutely pelting down. At the moment, we've got a bit of drizzle. It's okay. Okay, so let's have a look on the race course. Let's see what the drone is seeing. But I definitely wouldn't mind the guys turning down my headphones because I've got a massive echo, which is kind of killing me. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. So that's what we've got on the water. I spoke to the boys earlier today. 6 O's they were going on. 400 front wings, 430. I had something in the threes for some people. I also have to tell you, in this EPWT, you can have lead. Yes, you can actually wear weight. And there are a few riders out there with, let's say, only small amount of weight, but 3 kilos, 2 kilos. The only rule is you have to have a buoyancy aid to float the jacket. So if you've got lead in your jacket has to float. You know, you can't stick 10 kilos of lead and have, 3 kilos of buoyancy and then the jacket drops to the bottom, because obviously that would be pretty dangerous in a crash. I'm not sure how that's going to work. Again, it's not something that I've raced with, especially on the foil. We're not talking about a lot of weight, but it can make a difference to the smaller riders to put 3 kilos further up. What does it do to your body when you crash? Well, that's another question, but we'll have to see if that weight does make a bigger advantage. So yeah, let's have a look. Like I said, we have checking the comments. We are there, loud and clear. There we go. So that's good to know. At least you can hear me now. I've done this intro twice now. Heavy breathing. Oh my God, is that me? Maybe this mic is very. Maybe I'll move it away from my mate. I do have a tendency to get a bit excited. What can I say? So yeah, that's what we've got at the moment. We've got a few gusts coming through the competition area. Obviously this is looking downwind, so doesn't look as windy as obviously when you look upwind, but because we've got a little bit of rain in the air, we might be having the downwind look today. That is for sure. Got quite a nice committee boat though. Look at that thing, like a beautiful yacht. But postponement flag is up on the boat right now. So yeah, I'll keep you posted. Let me know in the comments if you've got any questions. Obviously there will be, I'm pretty sure, a few questions. It's going to be a 4-day event. So today, Friday, tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday is the last day. The prize money just got announced, actually, as, a lot of the riders signed up for this. There's over 20 riders in here with, like I said, some pretty stacked field in terms of, there's some big names here. But I would say they were super excited when they saw the prize money, because there's not... What have we got here? I've seen the top 5 prize money. First prize, 2,500. Second, 1,750. Third, 1,300. Fourth, 1,100. It's pretty decent. 4th place, that. 5th place, 850. So there you go. here with no expectations of prize money. So this was kind of like a last minute thing. And I'm sure there's a few riders, if they'd have known the prize money, might have made the trip up here as well. So I think that shows there's a benefit for the guys that have supported the first ever event, you know, on this EPWT. So I think that's pretty cool. I think that's pretty cool. Someone says, are there any women participating? There actually isn't. There wasn't enough to have their own fleet. So unfortunately, that isn't going to be a thing at this first event. That can change. I know Justine Lemaitre was planning to come up. And so I would imagine the next event on this tour, whenever that might be, we haven't seen a calendar yet. I think we will be seeing a full women's fleet as well. But yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Like I said, let me know in the comments on YouTube if you have any questions. It's going to be foiling only, so there's no fins in this. It will be foiling only. A lot of events happening in Denmark actually this month. There's the Waters event, which I think is the IFCA World Fin Championship. I think that's coming up. Then we've got a junior competition up in Klitmuller, which is, I think, slalom and wave, which is pretty cool. And then obviously we're going to Germany for the Pedalway and Silt. So it's a pretty stacked sort of next couple of weeks up at this part of the world, which I think is pretty cool. Okay, so we are hearing there are additional sponsors here. F4 are putting up a whole new carbon foil. I don't know any more details of that, but F4 are putting up a foil. I guess that's for the winner. There is only one category here, so it is basically pro men. So it doesn't matter how old you are, what your weight is. It's just one category. Obviously, winner takes the first prize, and there we go. So we do have the full F4 carbon foil. It looks like it's the full pack as well. So it looks like it is the full big pack. So that's a chunk of money, that is, for the first prize. So that's pretty cool. But who is in the running for winning this event? Well, you've got to say top seeds, Johan So, obviously Danish. He's sailed here before. I think they did an IQ event here last year. And then we've got Michelle Becker. I would say those two are probably the top two seeds here. Could anyone upset those top two seeds? Well, we'll have to wait and see. I spoke to Michelle Becker earlier, and he was kind of like, well, I think I prefer a bit more swell. It's obviously quite flat here, but it's an amazing setup. I mean, I was going to say, you've probably never been here because it is on the top of Denmark. But if you have been here, you'll know the setup. If you haven't, let me just explain it. It's pretty cool. We're sitting, as far as I know, in the old post office, which they've converted into a windsurfing clubhouse. So it's like this windsurfing clubhouse, and forgive me if I don't get the sums exactly right, but from what I've heard, it's like €70 to join this club for the year, and then you pay €100 and you can use all the gear in the club, which I must have got that wrong because that just sounds way too cheap. But it's basically a community project where a lot of local businesses have all chipped in to kind of support this project. They've got, I think it's called Blue Waters, like a windsurfing shop, which is now on the side. And they said this summer, it's like the first time they've opened it. They went from last summer of not having really many windsurfers here on the water to this summer was absolutely rammed. So that's such a cool thing. So a lot of the local business and local support is coming. And Ebeltoft is like a small little town. It's got like 6,000 people that live here for most of the year. And in the summer, that times by 10. So it goes up to like 60,000 in the summer. A lot of, summer houses here and people come here on vacations in the summer. But it's like this bay, which is like super safe. Like it's amazing to learn to windsurf. Like for 100 meters out, it's like waist deep water. So not great for coming in and out with the foil. You have to walk out, well, say 50 meters. You have to walk out a little bit. But for learning to windsurf, getting going, I think that red buoy kind of denotes where the sort of deeper water is, so it's not that far away. But for learning to windsurf, getting kids into it, grown-ups, whatever, it seems really, really solid, I have to say. Right, let's have a look at the comments. What have we got? Do Do water-filled weight jackets exist that would be neutral? Yeah, I mean they do. You can definitely do that. I don't think on the PWA you're allowed to carry water which you might drink yourself, like what you need for your sort of usage. I mean, that's a bit, well, I'm very thirsty, 5 litres. I'm not sure you can do that. But you can definitely have some water. But in this competition, there isn't any rules on equipment. So it's, you know, again, I'll compare it to the PWA because that's what I'm used to. You're only allowed 3 front wings and whatever, you know, 1 mast. And if you break it, then you have to apply, you have to get it stamped and all this sort of stuff. You have to register so many sails. Actually, in this competition, there isn't those type of rules. So you could turn up with a 3.5 sail and a 9.0 and all the others in between. You know, you don't have to register certain sizes. So some people can look at that in different ways. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. The same with foils. You could have 100 front wing if you really want it, be a bit small, but you could, you know, you wouldn't have to register just the 3 sizes. You can use any ones. So that's that. I mean, that's interesting. Again, it will be interesting to see how that works out. What I'm kind of most excited about, or I don't know if excited is the right word, but it definitely does open up the light wind aspect. And that's kind of the idea behind the guys who are doing the tour. They want to be able to race pretty much in anything, a little bit like the IQ, you know, so they want the riders to bring big front wings. And I've been told it's going to be very rare for them to cancel a race unless it's absolutely, you know, horrific. But, you know, if you took too small a staff and other guys have gambled with the bigger stuff and the bigger stuff is going, the race will carry on. That's what I'm told. Again, we will see how it plays out. So, yeah, let's see. What we got? Matty Clare saying, James Crocker, yes, that would work. You would wear a 2-litre Camelback for 2 kilos. Yeah, exactly. And it's interesting. Looks like the red flag is up on the boat. So let me bring you through heat number 1, as far as I'm aware. And just bear in mind, first event, you know, it's obviously a skeleton crew, let's say, but I'm in for some good racing. We've got the drone up. We've got me here. We've got Alfie Hart doing the videos as well. John Carter's going to be doing the pictures. So stay tuned. Follow, you know, the EPWT on Instagram, Facebook as well. You'll be seeing updates through that, and obviously follow the live stream here on Windsurfing.TV. So first heat coming up, we've got Michelle Becker, we've got Fabian Wolf, we've got Hugo Schoberg, we got Lars Poggeman, we've got Frederick Orum. I know it's a Danish name, so I'm probably not pronouncing that weird O anywhere near what it is. We've got the German Michael Brozio. We've got Van der Weg, which is Matthias. We've got Ditz from the Netherlands, and we've got Fredriksson from Denmark. So that's who we've got coming up in this first race. There will be a few new names, but that is the idea of the tour, you know. You want to bring in some national riders, some European riders, and kind of build them up. You know, I guess, you know, the ultimate goal at the moment is the PWA Tour, and this is the kind of like a feeder tour at the moment. But don't let that get away from. There will be big names on this tour. We've already got big names at this first event. So the idea is like this feeder kind of European tour. But like I said, I think we'll be seeing some big names on the tour as well, because I think that, you know, everyone wants to race. When you're a racer, you want to race, you want to get it down. So what have we got here? We've got FH saying, funny that I landed here. Hang on, let me just extend my thing. I landed here. I'm 30 years and just did a basic windsurfing course last week. I'm totally new. Best wishes from Germany. Oh, okay. Nice. Nice to see. And he's watching the foil racing. There we go. I think we're going to see a surgence in windsurfing. It's coming. It's going to happen. That's for sure. So red flag is up on the boat. So normal procedure from what I'm told, 4 minutes from the red flag. Yellow flag is 2 minutes. And then obviously flag comes down. And we'll keep an eye on the flags. We've got Aurora, Australia. Hello from Australia. G'day. G'day, mate. How windy is it at the moment? Well, we're here in the forecast is somewhere around 20 knots, but I heard 16 to 18 was kind of what was on the course. Like I said, the way the drone flying is going to be determined by how much rain we have at the moment. But yesterday I was here. We had some good wind and sunshine. It was quite lovely, I will say. But today, a little bit more cloud around. Like I say, I can't get over the size of that committee boat. Like a luxury yacht sitting out there. We got Stella Cox saying, go Hugo. I think Cox is coming up in the next one. Got Scotty saying, Ben, are they taking good care of you? Beer is good here. Well, you know what? I got picked up by, I might get his name, or was it Richard? I think Richard or Michael. I'm terrible with names. But he picked me up from the airport yesterday. Lovely Irish bloke. And he was going to bring me a beer, but apparently I got told it's not a beer holiday, so he didn't bring me one. But I will definitely be sampling the Tuborgs. What are they? Tuborgs? Here we go. Okay, so maybe I'm reading the flags wrong because we are going straight into the start. And there we go. Good start for this first ever EPWT. It looks like the Wolf has not had a good start further back on that Severn. We've got one of the loft sails up in the front, which might be Fredrickson. We'll have to get a closer look at him. But we got the Patrick down that bottom end, looking pretty good from Michelle Becker. Yeah, looking good at the moment. Michelle Becker down this bottom end. 148, it looks like. Well, my eyesight is going to need to get tested. So, like I said, we'll have a few teething problems, no doubt, when I work out who everybody is. But we got the Wolf on the Severn in the pack. Top 5 qualify to the final. Sjoberg on the duotone there. Got Poggerman on the S2 Maui sails. Out in front is definitely Michelle Becker. The Wolf has caught back up. Poggerman in 4th place at the moment. Yeah, there we go. That's a better view. We can kind of see the race coming on. So Michelle Becker looks pretty comfortable at the moment. The Wolf already up into those qualifying places. I think all the action really is going to be on the finals in this. You know, this is kind of a formality for the big boys to push through. There we go. Nice jibing from all the riders. Sjoberg at the moment looks like he's going to be taking that 5th spot. Wolf looking pretty solid. You can see, look how flat the bay is. I mean, it's absolutely easy pickings when you consider some of the races we've seen recently. This will be pretty cruisy as long as there's no mistakes on that last mark. But Michelle Becker, the Wolf, Poggyman, all looking pretty solid. I've got Fredrickson on the loft in this, but hopefully I haven't missed anybody. I think it is the Danish rider, although I did see her. different number there, but we'll have to make sure. I've got that as Nielsen, but as far as on my thing, he says he's in the second heat. So get some confirmation. Like I said, expect a few teething problems, but as we get to the finals, obviously it will be pretty straightforward. So there we go. That was the first heat. Like I said, I think it looked like Nielsen looking at the number, but maybe there has either he sailed in the wrong heat or I've got the wrong list. That's we don't know. So going back up to the start for heat number 2. I say it's interesting. I need to work out the flags from here because as far as I understood it, the red flag is the form in it, but I'm not seeing any of the other flags. Yeah, there we go. So Kurt's saying it is Nilsson. Well, yeah, exactly. But just on my list, I've got him in semi-final 2. So I guess we will find out if we. Maybe I need an updated list. Maybe it's changed last minute. It can sometimes happen like that. Okay, so semi-final number 2. We've got the beast in this one. Obviously, Johan So. So we do have a bit of rain in the air, which is why the drone is having to fly a certain way. But looks like it's going to be a good start. The beast in the middle of the pack on the black 0.7 sail. And looks like he's had a pretty easy start for the beast, doing what the beast does. We've got Winter up there on that red Patrick sail. Got Everard in this on the Neil Pride. So that is your front 3 riders. Johan So. Then we've got Winter. Then we've got Everard. And then we've got the Dutch 88, which is Hessels in 4th place. So Johan So round in 1st. Then we've got Winter. Then Everard. Then Hessels. And then it's pretty close for that 5th place at the moment. Good jibe on the North sails. Oh, he's looking a little bit light though. Just slowing down, and the Severn coming through. Johan So looking pretty solid at the front though, isn't he? There we go. Johan So in the lead. Winter in 2nd. Everard in 3rd. Like I said, I think the real racing is going to start pretty much in the finals when you've got, you've got the best guys in the world. I mean, Johan So obviously just missing out on that world title last year due to a technicality, if that's the right word. Had altered the sail, which wasn't in with the rules of the PWA, and he ended up getting disqualified. So there was a few different takes on that, a few unhappy Danish people around, that's for sure. And He wants to prove himself again. He needs to get the Olympics out of the way, which he's done. And now this is him on his first race back on the production sort of gear. And this will be a good warm-up. We're obviously going to be seeing him in Silt in the PWA.
Battery level is low. Aircraft will return to the home point in 10 seconds.
So yeah, Netherlands 88 in the mix there, which is Hessel's. And one of the other Danish riders could be Permin. But it looks a good battle these boys are having. There we go. And now that is Johan So over in first place. Second place, Winter. He's only just over 80 kilos, Winter. So, you know, going really good for that weight. And in third place, it was Everard. And then fourth place, well, that is going to be Hessel's, I think it is. Hessel's is going to get that qualifying spot into the final. Okay. So there we go. First, just a couple of qualifying rounds out the way. So I think we need to get that drone flying a little bit different just to get that leading pack in. And it looks like it is clearing up the weather. So we might be able to fly normally in the next couple of rounds. Let's cross our fingers. It does look like it's brightening up. So we will be coming in after this first elimination, hopefully having a chat with the riders and find out exactly what the gear. But I spoke to the guys before and it was kind of that 6.0 range for most of them. That's kind of what they were first going out on. I haven't seen them come back in. So it did seem to me that's what they stuck with. Sort of 400-ish front rings, you know, 420s or stuff like this. Yeah, it doesn't look that windy, but it is actually windy. It's pretty flat out there. You can see the white gaps and obviously not much sun around. As soon as you add a bit of sun, it will probably look super windy. That's probably the difference. As soon as you add a bit of clouds, it doesn't look as windy. Waiting for them to reseed the runners-up final and finals. Semi-final number 2 is over. We're going to go into, obviously, runners-up final and final. First day here in Denmark. Tomorrow, they are saying there's going to be 40 knots of wind. Now, I don't know how true that will be. I'm not sure what we will actually get in the end. But yeah, let's see. let's see what we get. But if we do end up with 40 knots of wind, it will be kind of crazy. So you can see there, plenty of breeze floating around. We might get some pretty big gusts here. Obviously, before the clouds come through, there are some pretty crazy big gusts. So it could be an interesting final. Johan So, it's going to be surely Johan So versus Michelle Becker for that win. Third place looks to be pretty tight. I think third place will be where the real battle's going on. But we will have to wait and see. We've got the weather station says, what does this say? Weather 20 knots base wind speed. So it's pretty breezy. Like I said, 20 knots. Good first day to kick on from. Yeah, 40 knots. I mean, 40 knots tomorrow. That will be pretty insane, let's say. Hopefully the drone will be able to fly. The more worry for me is lack of rain. If we get lack of rain, that's definitely what we want. We want no rain, no rain. And hopefully we can get that drone flying nice and close. So the Stream Factory providing the stream here in Denmark. And is the main man behind this new tour. This is a guy who did the Norstick and obviously was obviously a keen windsurfer, and now he's a super keen foiler. So he's got the bug. I think you might have seen Finn on the channel doing the podcast, ranting on about how much he loves the foil, and he has gone from a non-believer in the foil to 100% it's the future, to the fact that he's now organising his own tour. So obviously it's not just one person, but there's there's a lot of work gone in behind the scenes from their side, and there is a lot of work that needs to go into organising these type of events. So at the end of the day, you're still relying on the wind, and it looks like we've got that. We'll be going through. Let's see. I think the main thing for here in the live booth is we need some communication, exactly what is happening, how long we've got and stuff like this. Obviously waiting around for the next start. There's always a bit of a gap between running the semi-finals, because that's pretty much all it is. There's two semi-finals and a final and a runners-up final, so there will be planned 4 races today. Let's see how we get on. But yeah, let's see. See if we can see some new names pushing through. Obviously, we've seen a few of the names that are trying to push through in this event who have already been onto the PWA. Poggyman springs to mind. Obviously, Everard won at youth level and is now here. This is one of the guys from the windsurfing school here, trying his hand at windsurfing. It's pretty good setup. Needs to sheet out a bit unless he's going for the tack. He is going for the tack. There we go. Is he going to make it? Good technique. Needs to move them feet. Oh, oi. But there you go. That's how shallow it is. Perfect, really. What's the seaweed situation like in the bay? I think normally it's pretty good, but it has been blowing the opposite way, which, you know, we've been to a few events like that where the wind comes from the opposite day, you know, opposite way for a couple of days, and it does blow in a little bit. So there is a slight amount from what I've heard on the course area, but it's not like massive chunks of weed. There's a few strands here and there from what I've heard, but we can definitely give you an update as it goes through. But when the wind is normally from the southwest, it's not ever a problem, I've been told. Also, someone said they would like to see a race at 60 knots. Well, I'm not sure how possible 60 knots is to sail in. Right. Are we getting there close? Someone tell me, how far are we off? I think I'm going to have a radio. Okay, I've been told. I'm not sure how long we've got until the next race, but we're going to have a quick break and we'll be back to bring you the finals.
Ebeltoft har jo nogle helt fantastiske fordele. Alene i kraft af sin beliggenhed, altså naturgeografisk, så er det jo en vestvendt kyst på en østkyst. Og det giver nogle rige muligheder for pålandsvind, og det i kombination med lavt vand og meget begyndervenlige forhold, det gør jo, at det er super spot. Både for begyndere, men også for eliten.
Ebeltoft er jo bare virkelig vindsikkert og kanon forhold rigtig mange dage om året. Det er jo en fantastisk vig, hvor der er gode forhold at hente næsten uanset hvad vindretningen er.
Her i Ebeltoft er der også et rigtig godt windsurfing-miljø, hvor der er et rigtig stort fællesskab omkring det med den nye klub. Hvor man altid føler sig velkommen, når man kommer, og der er altid rigtig god stemning også.
Jamen, i år der har vi valgt at kombinere noget bredde windsurf med noget elitesurf, sådan at vi får en win-win, at de unge begyndere, de ser op til IQ, olympiske foiler, og de olympiske foiler, jamen, de har lige pludselig et publikum for deres sport. Og det, at vi så ligger så centralt i forhold til byen, og at man op fra byen kan se, at bugten den simpelthen er plettet med sejlere, det giver jo nogle helt fantastiske fordele.
Go straight into the start of the final by the looks of it. Losers final. Okay, so we are going straight into the start of the losers final, and it looks like we haven't quite made the start. That's the first mark as they come round. So it's pretty hotly contested. Obviously, the North Sail just missing out on that final by the looks of it. We've got the Netherlands poking through. Here we go. That was 88, is it? Cone Hassel's 20 years old. Oh, wow, that was a massive crash on that first jibe mark. Wow, that was pretty crazy. Again, we didn't see it super close up, but that looked a nasty crash right there. So I'm guessing with Hessel's name coming up, that means he must be leading this final. Would that be correct? I guess it is. We've got Cox maybe on a duotone, or Brozio. Can't quite see from here. I know both of those guys are on the duotone. So as soon as we get a bit of a better angle, I can maybe try and bring it out. Come on, let's get down on the water. Let's get nice and close. Yeah, it does look like it is Netherlands 88 Hessels, which is leading this runners-up final. There we go. It's outpacing the drone. And we've got the duotone coming through. You can see there, when you look upwind, you really get a much better idea of how the wind looks and the conditions. Actually looks pretty nice. And we got 2004 from the Netherlands, which is Van der Weg, which is having a pretty tight battle with 241. Again, there's a few names for me, which is Dietz from the Netherlands as well. So a couple of the Dutchies here. Dietz is catching up here on Van der Weg. And Dietz is having a really good go at him. You can see the difference. As soon as we get nice and close, the racing just looks way more intense. I noticed that with the Olympics. You know, when you've got that far away shot, you don't quite get the that impact. But Hessels will win that first runners-up final here on the EPWT in Denmark, second place. Well, he held him off in the end, which is Van der Weg. A nice racing from the boys, but we're going to be definitely up for that final. And hopefully we're going to get in nice and close for that final. That's what we want to see. We will be showing you replays when we get more into this event. Again, the boys are just warming up. Brush off the cobwebs, get them into it, and I think we will be good. So good to get one result in the bag. It was a nasty crash from that North Sail on the first mark. There he is. He does make it to the end. But look at that. You can see conditions-wise, it looks like we've got some decent conditions going down. So we're going to be going up to the final next. And the big question is really, I mean, let's not hide away from it. Surely it's got to be Becker versus Johan So in this winners' final. I'm sure there's going to be other contenders, but these are definitely the two big dogs. Could the Wolf cause an upset? You know, we saw him put in some good races on the Speedway Tour and kind of trying to make a name for himself. He's obviously a regular on the German Tour, and I think he's had the odd good result, but could he cause an upset here in the first ever final? Day number one on the EPWT. Ebeltoft in Denmark. Like I say, new tour in windsurfing, which is good to see, you know. I think it's good to see guys putting on events. It's not an easy thing to put on an event. A lot of costs and a lot of organising goes on behind the scenes, which I think a lot of people don't quite see how big a deal it is. Really cool to have live stream, and we got invited up to this. We thought, well, why not? Let's come and see what's going on in Denmark. Support the cause, because we need those feeder tours. Here we go. Final coming on. Who have we got in there? Where's the Beast? The Beast is down here on the black 0.7 sail. Keep your eye. We've got Sjoberg on the duotone. On the Patrick, we've got down this bottom end. Vinter actually grew up learning to windsurf here. Everard on that Neil Pride at the top end. And here we go. The Beast is going to smash the start line right down this bottom end. What a start from the Beast. And looks like Michelle Becker just upwind of him. So those are definitely the two riders. You can see the wind really cranking up as we come down this first reach. So the beast, Johan So, leading from Denmark. Second place, Michelle Becker. Then we've got Schoberg. We've got the Wolf on the red Saverncell. Then we've got Vinter on the Patrick. We've got Poggyman on the S2 Maui sails. But it's all about these two guys at the front of the fleet, fresh from the Olympics. Johan So on his in his home country of Denmark, round in first place. No mistakes from the front man. Michelle Becker in second place. This is the final. Look at the speed from the beast. And where is Michelle Becker going? Where is he going? Has the beast gone wrong, or is it a general recall? If it's a general recall, the beast's in trouble, because he had a very good start, and it looks like it is a general recall, and that's probably not good news for the beast fans. Yeah, so there we go. Look at the conditions we've got here. This is looking good. Wow. Okay. So general recall, I'm going to have to wait to get told in my ear who was over the line early. But from what we saw on the start line, it did look like Johan So had the best start, or at least one of the best starts. From what my recollection of that start, I thought he nailed it. So if he nailed it and there's someone over the line, there's a very good chance Mr. Johan So might already be disqualified after the first one. But I don't know if we've got a replay of that start. But we don't have a radio at the moment in here, so I'm going to be relying on my man in the ear, Mr. Finn Noor, who is organising the tour, who is directing the live stream. He's doing everything. Do you know which foil brand Johan So is using? Yeah, he's using the Patrick foil. So the Aeon foil, I think it's called. Quite a few guys are using that foil. Interestingly, I saw the F4 foil earlier with a wider top and a narrower bottom, which is kind of like the Patrick. And it does look like maybe Michelle Becker and Johan So are heading in. Is that right? I'm looking at the 0.7 and a Patrick. Have we just lost the two biggest seeds? Wow. Have we? I haven't heard anything in my ear just yet. I'll wait for confirmation, but from what I can see, it looked like there was a 0.7 heading back to the beach and a Patrick. If it is, that will open it up for the other riders, and just goes to show you might be the top seeds, but if you're over the line early, you ain't going to win anything. Can we get confirmation? Hello, hello, hello. Anybody there? Tell me. Speak to me. I can't hear anything. Tell me. Loud and clear. Do we know? I mean, I can see Johan So's not there. So Johan So, I'm going to just say it now. He's out. He's out. And I am pretty sure there was a Patrick going, but I can see still a Patrick up there. Hello, hello, hello. Anybody? Can Okay, so we don't have confirmation, but I guess it's not hard to work out that Mr. Johan So is not on that start line. So the biggest dog is out. I mean, that's the tricky thing with these type of competitions is the communication out to the boat is not always the easiest. But I'm seeing the other guys from the runners-up final getting back to the beach now. I can only see what you guys can see on the screens as well. So we are going to go back to that final. And it could be pretty interesting because I think if you're a betting man, you probably would have had Michelle Becker or Johan So to win this first final. But if they're both not in it, well, that opens it wide out. That just, the Wolf definitely comes in. Winter comes into the mix. Maybe Poggeman comes into the mix. Maybe Everard could have a shot at it. We're going to have to get nice and close on these riders to make sure who we've got. Poggeman definitely there on the S2 Maui cell. Sjoberg, he could be one who wants to take out this first final. Now, is that Michelle Becker or is it Winter? That's the question on the Patrick. It looks like Winter to me. Denmark 777. So Winter. And it is Becker and Johan So who are out. The Wolf on the red Severn. Everard up that top end. And here we go. Another start. It's a good start by the looks of it. Oh, big, massive crash on the start. Massive crash from the Severn. The Wolf is down this bottom end looking good. And this race is wide open right now. Big gust coming through the course area. We got Nielsen on that loft sail looking very good in the middle. The Wolf on the red Severn down this bottom end. There's some big gust. Poggeman making a run through on that top end on the S2 orange, yellow sail. And then we've got Everard on the Neil Pride. Sjoberg as well on the duotone. Definitely in the mix. Winter dropping back, but it's going to be the Wolf round in first. Sjoberg in second. Then we've got Nielsen goes down in the middle of that pack there. Luckily, Everard avoided him. He's had a few issues on the PWA. Good job Struesmar's not here. But the Wolf is taking advantage of this. But look at the Danish rider learnt to windsurf on this home patch. So this is the patch of water he learnt to windsurf, Winter. And he's in second place at the moment. Sjoberg in third. Everard in fourth. But it is the Wolf. I can hear the howls. I can see the Wolf fan club with all the Wolf masks on, like teenage... What is it? Teenage... Oh, here we go. Teenage Werewolf in Paris. Teenage Werewolf in Denmark. Here we go. The Wolf. Hey, look at the lead he's got here. Looking pretty good. We got 2 jibe marks to go. Winter in second place. Everard in third. But the Wolf is making a claim for that first spot. He's took advantage of Johan So. And there he is. The Wolf giving us the shaka. 26 years of age. He's 197. He's so tall. But he's really only just above 80 kilos. So he's on the lighter end of the weight category. He said he doesn't like to go super powered up because he's quite tall. But he's making a good job of this here, isn't it? The Wolf round in first. Second place, it is Winter. Then we've got Everard, then Sjoberg, then Poggeman. This is looking pretty solid. Are we going to see any mistakes? Sjoberg getting a little bit loose there. Few big gusts coming through. Everard's holding on. Winter is looking good in second. But at the front of the fleet, it is Fabian Wolf. 197. Could you be a basketball player? Or you got to be 2 meters to be a basketball player? He's making a good fake. Look at Everard coming through. Everard making a claim down this bottom end as he goes underneath Winter. Wolf goes round in first. Solid jibe from the Wolf. Everard moves up into second place. Winter goes on the inside line. Great jibe from Winter on the inside. Look at these two having a great battle here for second and third. Everard's got the edge at the moment. Winter's trying to come back. But surely now the win is cemented. But look at this battle for second and third. These guys are going absolutely head to head. Everard is super low in the water, and that could give the advantage of Winter. Winter is right in him. He's had to go below him. What a battle. What a battle for second and third. And Fabian Wolf is going to cruise through in first to win the first ever EPWT. Second place, great battle from Everard with Winter in third. Sjoberg takes fourth place, and there's a big claim from the Patrick rider, who I actually can't tell who it is. I apologise, but the battle at the front was intense. Wow, great racing. I mean, how's that battle then? Look at the rest of the boys coming through, drifted a lot further back. And there we go. That's the kind of walk in at the moment, you know, turn your foil over, make your way in from there. And then we go inside these guys, you know, learning to windsurf. That is the setup. That is the way it's going. Did you enjoy that race? The first ever EPWT final. We lost the 2 big seeds, but I don't think it took away from the racing. And that's the thing with racing. I've said it plenty of times before. All you need is close racing for it to be exciting. And then we get to know more riders in the fleet. You know, without those massive top seeds, which I think we're going to see more turn up. We've got a couple of those big guns that are banging in top 10s in the PWA. The Wolf, who came first in this one, he has started to bang in some finals on the PWA and kind of make a name for himself. And he proved that here by winning this first final. But that was a great way to kick off this tour. So that is the plan. That is how it's going to work. Again, first day, you know, setting up the stream. We're going to hopefully bring you interviews, but there will be a few teething problems, obviously. We've got Alfie Hart, who's going to be bringing you... It's going to be a 30-minute show at the end of this whole competition. Which could be making the TV. Let's see. And then there's obviously going to be some daily highlight videos. So if you can't watch all the live stream, there will be an Alfie Hart highlight daily video. So definitely stay tuned to that. We'll be putting that on the channel. And obviously, we're going to have the live stream every day. The weather does make a difference for the live stream, obviously. And then the next plan is to be bringing you the live interviews. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that after this final. I will go and check right now. So you will have to bear with me because, like I said, we're on a little bit of a skeleton crew compared to what we normally have. So, yeah, let's see how we go. But great race. I mean, how was that second and third? Do we have any replays from the final? I'm not sure if we do. Because that last reach, how was that last reach? Those boys must have been no further away than, I would say, like half a meter. They must have been so close. It looked absolutely crazy. Okay. I'm definitely, well, what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave the studio. I'm definitely going to go down the beach because I want to at least get the gossip from out on the race course. Like I said, the idea will be to bring you live interviews. I'm not sure it's going to happen after this first one, but I think the more we go through the day, that will definitely become a possibility. But I want to speak to these guys and hear what it's like out there, get a bit of the inside scoop. If we can bring you the live videos, we will do. But I'll see Mr. Alfie Hart in a minute. But we'll look at, that's the Wolf there. He's got the Drake harness, interestingly. It's very much like a half waist harness and half seat. It looks like they've souped up the logoing, maybe because they're trying to make a bit more of a bid for it, because it has been around a while. Obviously, the Liberty harness as well has been maybe stealing the show, but it's a very similar style harness. I think the Liberty was out first and the Drake sort of followed suit. But interestingly, the Wolf has gone for that 197 tall. I mean, he's a tall fella, isn't he? It's a tall bloke. And then we got Everard on this Neil Pride. There he is. There we go, Vinter on the Patrick. So that was first, second and third. Sjöberg from Sweden. Yeah, let's try. We're going to see if we can have
just
interviews.
test. Okay, yeah, ready when you are.
I'm ready.
Okay, Fabian, that was the first race and you won out. I mean, what did you think when you saw the other guys go over early?
I mean, I saw the start. I had an okay start, but not from the pin. But they were already so far ahead. So I thought either way, like the pin must have been with the shift so favored. But in the end, yeah, they were over. And I knew, now I got to win this.
And the other guys pushed you all the way to the finish line?
Not really. I had a bad start, but then I basically had the whole race a clean lane. That was good. Sometimes I was a bit underpowered on my 6 meter, and the outside marks were quite deep, so I was missing some power to get downwind, so I had to pump downwind. But other than that, it was a nice race.
Yeah. Good conditions. What are you on?
Yeah, the conditions are good. Sometimes, I mean, with the rain, the wind comes and goes, but we have good conditions, I would say, yeah.
All right, man. Get ready for the next one.
Thank you.
We go find another one. Ah, here he is. Okay. Good race. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was a good race. I mean, the condition is tricky because the wind is quite shifty a lot. Also a lot of seaweed, so you have to be lucky to don't take them. I had a good start. We jabbed with all the pack, so the first jab was a bit tricky. And then I just had better line on the downwind reach. And then I just passed everyone on the last 2 marks, so it's good.
You made it back. Was you second in the end?
Yeah, I finished on second. I just passed Noah on the last jab, so I'm happy with this. The gear was quite fast, but yeah, I mean, it's a lot of luck of the weed. But I'm happy, so we keep going. Sorry.
All right, man. Well, good job. Good luck in the next round.
Yeah, thank you.
Who else was in there? Yeah, I can't think who else was in third. Okay. Hello.
Hi.
We are live. Could I just have how was the final for you?
That was good. Strong winds, very on the edge with the seaweed, but yeah, a lot of adrenaline.
What size sail and wings were you on?
6'4" and medium front wing.
Okay.
I think that's the best now. With the seaweed, you need the bigger stuff, so you can fly through the course.
Yeah, and are you wearing any weight or anything?
No weights. Maybe later. I'm not used to sailing with weights, so I start like this, and then maybe gradually I add some weights. We will see.
Okay, man. Good luck in the next one.
Thank you.
Here we go. There's a couple more. Hey, man. How was the final for you?
It started quite good. I had a good start, and like I rode some people, but when I crashed in the last reach, and like the first time I had a bit shitty position because like one guy crashed and I was right outside, and a lot of guys were inside, so I lost some positions there. But yeah.
And you're quite a big guy. What size sail were you on?
I was in 6.0.
6.0.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's quite windy.
Yeah, it's quite windy. Like the 6.0 isn't the biggest now, but yeah.
And if we go again, do you think it's getting windier? Are you going to stay on that?
I think I'm going to stay on that because my speed was quite okay. I was just not so good in the jibes, so let's see. Just work on
the
that.
control.
Yeah.
All right, man. Good luck in the next one. Okay, I think that's us done over here for now, Finn.
Okay, so there you go. That Mr. Alfie Hart on the beach there. We wasn't sure if that was going to work, but that actually worked pretty good from what I could see there. Really interested to hear from the boys. And as Everard said, he had a really good last couple of legs and moved up into second place, which you've got to take those opportunities. When you lose the top 2 seeds, Johan So and Michelle Becker from the final, you've got to capitalize on that. And that's the interesting thing about it. You know, when we were talking to Finn about this tour and he was asking, you know, for me for a bit of information, I was saying, you know, what is quite cool is to not do too many races, because then the pressure is on the races you do. You know, if we do 16, 20 races, then this race doesn't matter as much. If you only do 8 races in a competition or even 6 races, this race means a hell of a lot, and that one over early can cost you. So it'd be interesting to see how many races we get. But obviously a relatively small fleet here, we are going to get quite a few races. It looks like, you know, with the foil especially, you know, 4 races a day, that still works out as 16 races overall. So percentage wise, it shouldn't cost the 2 seeds in this format at the moment. But there we go. That was the first final. We'll update you when the next elimination will start. So we'll put that on the screen as soon as we know. And that's going to be the plan for the day. So 4 races. We'll announce the start time of the next one. And we'll be bashing them out. And then we'll put on the highlights video, obviously, at the end of the day. Stay tuned to the channel because we won't be far away from starting the next elimination, and hopefully we're going to see Johan So and Michelle Becker getting over the start line in one piece.
Ebeltoft har jo nogle helt fantastiske fordele. Alene i kraft af sin beliggenhed, altså naturgeografisk, så er det jo en vestvendt kyst på en østkyst. Og det giver nogle rige muligheder for pålandsvind, og det i kombination med lavt vand og meget begyndervenlige forhold, det gør jo, at det er super spot. Både for begyndere, men også for eliten.
Ebeltoft er jo bare virkelig vindsikkert og kanon forhold rigtig mange dage om året. Det er jo en fantastisk vig, hvor der er gode forhold at hente næsten uanset hvad vindretningen er.
Her i Ebeltoft er der også et rigtig godt windsurfing-miljø, hvor der er et rigtig stort fællesskab omkring det med den nye klub, hvor man altid føler sig velkommen, når man kommer, og der er altid rigtig god stemning også.
Jamen, i år der har vi valgt at kombinere noget bredde windsurf med noget elitesurf, sådan at vi får en win-win, at de unge begyndere, de ser op til IQ, olympiske foiler, og de olympiske foiler, jamen, de har lige pludselig publikum for deres sport. Og det, at vi så ligger så centralt i forhold til byen, og at man op fra byen kan se, at bugten den simpelthen er plettet med sejlere, det giver jo nogle helt fantastiske fordele.
Det er jo et sted, hvor man både kan windsurfe selvfølgelig, kitesurf, wing, stand-up paddle, alt muligt, kajak, hvad det nu er, man har lyst til. Det kan ligesom det hele, og det tror jeg er noget af det, der gør, at mange er rigtig glade for stedet her.
Som professionel windsurfer, der er det også et rigtig godt sted for mig, fordi at jeg har gode tilrækningsfaciliteter, og jeg kan komme hurtigt ud og ind fra vandet og teste forskellige ting af, f.eks. nye sejl eller nye master osv. Så det er et rigtig godt sted for mig.
Vi har meget, meget stor opbakning i lokalsamfundet. Og det er på alle planer. Altså dels i forhold til det kommunale. Vi har fået meget hjælp fra kommunen, som blandt andet stiller posthus til rådighed for os, som jo ligger helt unikt med udsigt over kysten. Så er der alle de lokale erhvervsdrivende, og så er der jo de her store foreninger og fonde, som vi også har haft rigtig meget glæde af. Men altså, det er helt unikt så stor lokal opbakning, der er, ikke mindst fra erhvervslivet, det må man sige.
Ebeltoft er nok den mest aktive windsurfklub i hele Danmark, hvor de har rigtig godt samarbejde med kommunen, og der sker en masse nye aktiviteter hele tiden.
Altså noget, man ellers så sætter pris på, det er jo noget så simpelt som, at der bare er virkelig dejligt vand. Altså når man surfer, så er der bare flot sandbund og vand, der lige lidt mere blåt her end andre steder. Det er sådan, det er også bare lækkert at komme ud, og så kan man se lidt på bunden og sådan.
Oven i den her helt lokale opbakning, så er der jo også på foreningsbasis og inden for surfkredsene, der har været mulighed for at kombinere en masse kræfter i forbindelse med det her stævne. Altså ikke mindst sejlklubben har stillet med 2 store dommerbåde, altså deciderede lystbåde, og så har vi haft hjælp fra både Blue Spirit, som er de her unge mennesker, der kommer og underviser i windsurf for turister, og inden for Aarhus hjælp fra Surfline. Så det er simpelthen en synergi mellem alle de her interesser. Ebeltoft har jo nogle helt fantastiske fordele. Alene i kraft af sin beliggenhed, altså naturgeografisk, så er det jo en vestvendt kyst på en østkyst. Og det giver nogle rige muligheder for pålandsvind, og det i kombination med lavt vand og meget begyndervenlige forhold, det gør jo, at det er super spot. Både for begyndere, men også for eliten.
Ebeltoft er jo bare virkelig vindsikkert og kanon forhold rigtig mange dage om året. Det er jo en fantastisk vig, hvor der er gode forhold at hente næsten uanset hvad vindretningen er.
Her i Ebeltoft er der også et rigtig godt windsurfing-miljø, hvor der er et rigtig stort fællesskab omkring det med den nye klub, hvor man altid føler sig velkommen, når man kommer, og der er altid rigtig god stemning også.
Jamen, i år der har vi valgt at kombinere noget bredde windsurf med noget elitesurf, sådan at vi får en win-win, at de unge begyndere, de ser op til IQ, olympiske foiler, og de olympiske foiler, jamen, de har lige pludselig publikum for deres sport. Og det, at vi så ligger så centralt i forhold til byen, og at man op fra byen kan se, at bugten den simpelthen er plettet med sejlere, det giver jo nogle helt fantastiske fordele.
Altså, det er jo et sted, hvor man både kan windsurfe selvfølgelig, kitesurf, wing, stand-up paddle, alt muligt, kajak, hvad det nu er, man har lyst til. Det kan ligesom det hele, og det tror jeg er noget af det, der gør, at mange er rigtig glade for stedet her.
Som professionel windsurfer, der er det også et rigtig godt sted for mig, fordi at jeg har gode tilrækningsfaciliteter, og jeg kan komme hurtigt ud og ind fra vandet og teste forskellige ting af, f.eks. nye sejl eller nye master osv. Så det er et rigtig godt sted for mig.
Vi har meget stor opbakning i lokalsamfundet. Og det er på alle planer. Altså dels i forhold til det kommunale. Vi har fået meget hjælp fra kommunen, som blandt andet stiller posthus til rådighed for os, som jo ligger helt unikt med udsigt over kysten. Så er der alle de lokale erhvervsdrivende, og så er der jo de her store foreninger og fonde, som vi også har haft rigtig meget glæde af. Men altså, det er helt unikt så stor lokal opbakning, der er, ikke mindst fra erhvervslivet, det må man sige.
Ebeltoft er nok den mest aktive windsurfklub i hele Danmark, hvor de har rigtig godt samarbejde med kommunen, og der sker en masse nye aktiviteter hele tiden.
Altså noget, man ellers så sætter pris på, det er jo noget så simpelt som, at der bare er virkelig dejligt vand. Altså når man surfer, så er der bare flot sandbund og vand, der er lige lidt mere blåt her end andre steder. Det er også bare lækkert at komme ud, og så kan man se lidt på bunden og sådan.
Oven i den her helt lokale opbakning, så er der jo også på foreningsbasis og inden for surfkredsene, der har været mulighed for at kombinere en masse kræfter i forbindelse med det her stævne. Altså ikke mindst sejlklubben har stillet med 2 store dommerbåde, altså deciderede lystbåde, og så har vi haft hjælp fra både Blue Spirit, som er de her unge mennesker, der kommer og underviser i windsurf for turister, og inden for Aarhus hjælp fra Surfline. Så det er simpelthen en synergi mellem alle de her interesser. Ebeltoft har jo nogle helt fantastiske fordele. Alene i kraft af sin beliggenhed, altså naturgeografisk, så er det jo en vestvendt kyst på en østkyst. Og det giver nogle rige muligheder for pålandsvind, og det i kombination med lavt vand og meget begyndervenlige forhold, det gør jo, at det er super spot. Både for begyndere, men også for eliten.
Ebeltoft er jo bare virkelig vindsikkert og kanon forhold rigtig mange dage om året. Det er jo en fantastisk vig, hvor der er gode forhold at hente næsten uanset hvad vindretningen er.
Her i Ebeltoft er der også et rigtig godt windsurfing-miljø, hvor der er et rigtig stort fællesskab omkring det med den nye klub, hvor man altid føler sig velkommen, når man kommer, og der er altid rigtig god stemning også.
Jamen, i år der har vi valgt at kombinere noget bredde windsurf med noget elitesurf, sådan at vi får en win-win, at de unge begyndere, de ser op til IQ, olympiske foiler, og de olympiske foiler, jamen, de har lige pludselig et publikum for deres sport. Og det, at vi så ligger så centralt i forhold til byen, og at man op fra byen kan se, at bugten den simpelthen er plettet med sejlere, det giver jo nogle helt fantastiske fordele.
Det er jo et sted, hvor man både kan windsurfe selvfølgelig, kitesurf, wing, stand-up paddle, alt muligt, kajak, hvad det nu er, man har lyst til. Det kan ligesom det hele, og det tror jeg er noget af det, der gør, at mange er rigtig glade for stedet her.
Som professionel windsurfer, der er det også et rigtig godt sted for mig, fordi at jeg har gode tilrikningsfaciliteter, og jeg kan komme hurtigt ud og ind fra vandet og teste forskellige ting af, f.eks. nye sejl eller nye master osv. Så det er et rigtig godt sted for mig.
Vi har meget, meget stor opbakning i lokalsamfundet. Og det er på alle planer. Altså dels i forhold til det kommunale. Vi har fået meget hjælp fra kommunen, som blandt andet stiller posthus til rådighed for os, som jo ligger helt unikt med udsigt over kysten. Så er der alle de lokale erhvervsdrivende, og så er der jo de her store foreninger og fonde, som vi også har haft rigtig meget glæde af. Men altså, det er helt unikt så stor lokal opbakning, der er, ikke mindst fra erhvervslivet, det må man sige.
Ebeltoft, det er nok den mest aktive windsurfklub i hele Danmark, hvor de har rigtig godt samarbejde med kommunen, og der sker en masse nye aktiviteter hele tiden.
Altså noget, man ellers så sætter pris på, det er jo noget så simpelt som, at der bare er virkelig dejligt vand. Altså når man surfer, så er der bare flot sandbund og lidt vand, der lige lidt mere blåt her end andre steder. Det er sådan, det er også bare lækkert at komme ud, og så kan man se lidt på bunden og sådan.
Oven i den her helt lokale opbakning, så er der jo også på foreningsbasis og inden for surfkredsene, der har været mulighed for at kombinere en masse kræfter i forbindelse med det her stævne. Altså ikke mindst sejlklubben har stillet med 2 store dommerbåde, altså deciderede lystbåde, og så har vi haft hjælp fra både Blue Spirit, som er de her unge mennesker, der kommer og underviser i windsurf for turister, og inden for Aarhus hjælp fra Surfline. Så det er simpelthen en synergi mellem alle de her interesser. Ebeltoft har jo nogle helt fantastiske fordele. Alene i kraft af sin beliggenhed, altså naturgeografisk, så er det jo en vestvendt kyst på en østkyst. Og det giver nogle rige muligheder for pålandsvind, og det i kombination med lavt vand og meget begyndervenlige forhold, det gør jo, at det er super spot. Både for begyndere, men også for eliten.
Ebeltoft er jo bare virkelig vindsikkert og kanon forhold rigtig mange dage om året. Det er jo en fantastisk vig, hvor der er gode forhold at hente næsten uanset hvad vindretningen er.
Her i Ebeltoft er der også et rigtig godt windsurfing-miljø, hvor der er et rigtig stort fællesskab omkring det med den nye klub, hvor man altid føler sig velkommen, når man kommer, og der er altid rigtig god stemning også.
Jamen, i år der har vi valgt at kombinere noget bredde windsurf med noget elitesurf, sådan at vi får en win-win, at de unge begyndere, de ser op til IQ, olympiske føjler, og de olympiske føjler, jamen, de har lige pludselig publikum for deres sport. Og det, at vi så ligger så centralt i forhold til byen, og at man op fra byen kan se, at bugten den simpelthen er plettet med sejlere, det giver jo nogle helt fantastiske fordele.
Det er jo et sted, hvor man både kan windsurfe selvfølgelig, kitesurf, wing, stand-up paddle, alt muligt, kajak, hvad det nu er, man har lyst til. Det kan ligesom det hele, og det tror jeg er noget af det, der gør, at mange er rigtig glade for stedet her.
Som professionel windsurfer, der er det også et rigtig godt sted for mig, fordi at jeg har gode tilrækningsfaciliteter, og jeg kan komme hurtigt ud og ind fra vandet og teste forskellige ting af, f.eks. nye sejl eller nye master osv. Så det er et rigtig godt sted for mig.
Vi har meget, meget stor opbakning i lokalsamfundet. Og det er på alle planer. Altså dels i forhold til det kommunale. Vi har fået meget hjælp fra kommunen, som blandt andet stiller posthus til rådighed for os, som jo ligger helt unikt med udsigt over kysten. Så er der alle de lokale erhvervsdrivende, og så er der jo de her store foreninger og fonde, som vi også har haft rigtig meget glæde af. Men altså, det er helt unikt så stor lokal opbakning, der er, ikke mindst fra erhvervslivet, det må man sige.
Ebeltoft er nok den mest aktive windsurfklub i hele Danmark, hvor de har rigtig godt samarbejde med kommunen, og der sker en masse nye aktiviteter hele tiden.
Altså noget, man ellers så sætter pris på, det er jo noget så simpelt som, at det bare er virkelig dejligt vand. Altså når man surfer, så er der bare flot sandbund og vand, der lige lidt mere blåt her end andre steder. Det er også bare lækkert at komme ud, og så kan man se lidt på bunden og sådan.
Oven i den her helt lokale opbakning, så er der jo også på foreningsbasis og inden for surfkredsene, der har været mulighed for at kombinere en masse kræfter i forbindelse med det her stævne. Altså ikke mindst sejlklubben har stillet med 2 store dommerbåde, altså deciderede lystbåde, og så har vi haft hjælp fra både Blue Spirit, som er de her unge mennesker, der kommer og underviser i windsurf for turister, og inden for Aarhus hjælp fra Surfline. Så det er simpelthen en synergi mellem alle de her interesser. Ebeltoft har jo nogle helt fantastiske fordele. Alene i kraft af sin beliggenhed, altså naturgeografisk, så er det jo en vestvendt kyst på en østkyst. Og det giver nogle rige muligheder for pålandsvind, og det i kombination med lavt vand og meget begyndervenlige forhold, det gør jo, at det er super spot. Både for begyndere, men også for eliten.
Ebeltoft er jo bare virkelig vindsikkert og kanon forhold rigtig mange dage om året. Det er jo en fantastisk vig, hvor der er gode forhold at hente næsten uanset hvad vindretningen er.
Her i Ebeltoft er der også et rigtig godt windsurfing-miljø, hvor der er et rigtig stort fællesskab omkring det med den nye klub, hvor man altid føler sig velkommen, når man kommer, og der er altid rigtig god stemning også.
Jamen, i år der har vi valgt at kombinere noget bredde windsurf med noget elitesurf, sådan at vi får en win-win, at de unge begyndere, de ser op til IQ, olympiske foiler, og de olympiske foiler, jamen, de har lige pludselig publikum for deres sport. Og det, at vi så ligger så centralt i forhold til byen, og at man op fra byen kan se, at bugten den simpelthen er plettet med sejlere, det giver jo nogle helt fantastiske fordele.
Det er jo et sted, hvor man både kan windsurfe selvfølgelig, kitesurf, wing, stand-up paddle, alt muligt, kajak, hvad det nu er, man har lyst til. Det kan ligesom det hele, og det tror jeg er noget af det, der gør, at mange er rigtig glade for stedet her.
Som professionel windsurfer, der er det også et rigtig godt sted for mig, fordi at jeg har gode tilrækningsfaciliteter, og jeg kan komme hurtigt ud og ind fra vandet og teste forskellige ting af, f.eks. nye sejl eller nye master osv. Så det er et rigtig godt sted for mig.
Vi har meget, meget stor opbakning i lokalsamfundet. Og det er på alle planer. Altså dels i forhold til det kommunale. Vi har fået meget hjælp fra kommunen, som blandt andet stiller posthus til rådighed for os, som jo ligger helt unikt med udsigt over kysten. Så er der alle de lokale erhvervsdrivende, og så er der jo de her store foreninger og fonde, som vi også har haft rigtig meget glæde af. Men altså, det er helt unikt så stor lokal opbakning, der er, ikke mindst fra erhvervslivet, det må man sige.
Ebeltoft er nok den mest aktive windsurfklub i hele Danmark, hvor de har rigtig godt samarbejde med kommunen, og der sker en masse nye aktiviteter hele tiden.
Altså noget, man ellers så sætter pris på, det er jo noget så simpelt som, at der bare er virkelig dejligt vand. Altså når man surfer, så er der bare flot sandbund og vand, der lige lidt mere blåt her end andre steder. Det er også bare lækkert at komme ud, og så kan man se lidt på bunden og sådan.
Oven i den her helt lokale opbakning, så er der jo også på foreningsbasis og inden for surfkredsene, der har været mulighed for at kombinere en masse kræfter i forbindelse med det her stævne. Altså ikke mindst sejlklubben har stillet med 2 store dommerbåde, altså deciderede løsbåde, og så har vi haft hjælp fra både Blue Spirit, som er de her unge mennesker, der kommer og underviser i windsurf for turister, og inden for Aarhus hjælp fra Surfline. Så det er simpelthen en synergi mellem alle de her interesser. Ebeltoft har jo nogle helt fantastiske fordele. Alene i kraft af sin beliggenhed, altså naturgeografisk, så er det jo en vestvendt kyst på en østkyst. Og det giver nogle rige muligheder for pålandsvind, og det i kombination med lavt vand og meget begyndervenlige forhold, det gør jo, at det er super spot. Både for begyndere, men også for eliten.
Ebeltoft er jo bare virkelig vindsikkert og kanon forhold rigtig mange dage om året. Det er jo en fantastisk vig, hvor der er gode forhold at hente næsten uanset hvad vindretningen er.
Her i Ebeltoft der er der også et rigtig godt windsurfing-miljø, hvor der er et rigtig stort fællesskab omkring det med den nye klub, hvor man altid føler sig velkommen, når man kommer, og der er altid rigtig god stemning også.
Jamen, i år der har vi valgt at kombinere noget bredde windsurf med noget elitesurf, sådan at vi får en win-win, at de unge begyndere, de ser op til IQ, olympiske foiler, og de olympiske foiler, jamen, de har lige pludselig et publikum for deres sport. Og det, at vi så ligger så centralt i forhold til byen, og at man op fra byen kan se, at bugten simpelthen er plettet med sejlere, det giver jo nogle helt fantastiske fordele.
Det er jo et sted, hvor man både kan windsurfe selvfølgelig, kitesurf, wing, stand-up paddle, alt muligt, kajak, hvad det nu er, man har lyst til. Det kan ligesom det hele, og det tror jeg er noget af det, der gør, at mange er rigtig glade for stedet her.
Som professionel windsurfer, der er det også et rigtig godt sted for mig, fordi at jeg har gode tilrækningsfaciliteter, og jeg kan komme hurtigt ud og ind fra vandet og teste forskellige ting af, f.eks. nye sejl eller nye master osv. Så det er et rigtig godt sted for mig.
Vi har meget stor opbakning i lokalsamfundet. Og det er på alle planer. Altså dels i forhold til det kommunale. Vi har fået meget hjælp fra kommunen, som blandt andet stiller posthus til rådighed for os, som jo ligger helt unikt med udsigt over kysten. Så er der alle de lokale erhvervsdrivende, og så er der jo de her store foreninger og fonde, som vi også har haft rigtig meget glæde af. Men altså, det er helt unikt så stor lokal opbakning, der er, ikke mindst fra erhvervslivet, det må man sige.
Ebeltoft det er nok den mest aktive windsurfklub i hele Danmark, hvor de har rigtig godt samarbejde med kommunen, og der sker en masse nye aktiviteter hele tiden.
Altså noget, jeg ellers så sætter pris på, det er jo noget så simpelt som, at der bare er virkelig dejligt vand. Altså når man surfer, så er der bare flot sandbund og lidt vand, der lige lidt mere blåt her end andre steder. Det er sådan, det er også bare lækkert at komme ud, og så kan man se lidt på bunden og sådan.
Oven i den her helt lokale opbakning, så er der jo også på foreningsbasis og inden for surfkredsene, der har været mulighed for at kombinere en masse kræfter i forbindelse med det her stævne. Altså ikke mindst sejlklubben har stillet med 2 store dommerbåde, altså deciderede løsbåde, og så har vi haft hjælp fra både Blue Spirit, som er de her unge mennesker, der kommer og underviser i windsurf for turister, og inden for Aarhus hjælp fra Surfline. Så det er simpelthen en synergi mellem alle de her interesser. Ebeltoft har jo nogle helt fantastiske fordele. Alene i kraft af sin beliggenhed, altså naturgeografisk, så er det jo en vestvendt kyst på en østkyst. Og det giver nogle rige muligheder for pålandsvind, og det i kombination med lavt vand og meget begyndervenlige forhold, det gør jo, at det er super spot. Både for begyndere, men også for eliten.
Ebeltoft er jo bare virkelig vindsikkert og kanon forhold rigtig mange dage om året. Det er jo en fantastisk vig, hvor der er gode forhold at hente næsten uanset hvad vindretningen er.
Her i Ebeltoft er der også et rigtig godt windsurfing-miljø, hvor der er et rigtig stort fællesskab omkring det med den nye klub, hvor man altid føler sig velkommen, når man kommer, og der er altid rigtig god stemning også.
Jamen, i år der har vi valgt at kombinere noget bredde windsurf med noget elitesurf, sådan at vi får en win-win, at de unge begyndere, de ser op til IQ, olympiske føjler, og de olympiske føjler, jamen, de har lige pludselig publikum for deres sport. Og det, at vi så ligger så centralt i forhold til byen, og at man op fra byen kan se, at bugten den simpelthen er plettet med sejlere, det giver jo nogle helt fantastiske fordele.
Det er jo et sted, hvor man både kan windsurfe selvfølgelig, kitesurf, wing, stand-up paddle, alt muligt, kajak, hvad det nu er, man har lyst til. Det kan ligesom det hele, og det tror jeg er noget af det, der gør, at mange er rigtig glade for stedet her.
Som professionel windsurfer, der er det også et rigtig godt sted for mig, fordi at jeg har gode tilrækningsfaciliteter, og jeg kan komme hurtigt ud og ind fra vandet og teste forskellige ting af, f.eks. nye sejl eller nye master osv. Så det er et rigtig godt sted for mig.
Vi har meget stor opbakning i lokalsamfundet. Og det er på alle planer. Altså dels i forhold til det kommunale. Vi har fået meget hjælp fra kommunen, som blandt andet stiller posthus til rådighed for os, som jo ligger helt unikt med udsigt over kysten. Så er der alle de lokale erhvervsdrivende, og så er der jo de her store foreninger og fonde, som vi også har haft rigtig meget glæde af. Men altså, det er helt unikt så stor lokal opbakning, der er, ikke mindst fra erhvervslivet, det må man sige.
Ebeltoft er nok den mest aktive windsurfklub i hele Danmark, hvor de har rigtig godt samarbejde med kommunen, og der sker en masse nye aktiviteter hele tiden.
Altså noget, man ellers så sætter pris på, det er jo noget så simpelt som, at der bare er virkelig dejligt vand. Altså når man surfer, så er der bare flot sandbund og lidt vand, der lige lidt mere blåt her end andre steder. Det er sådan, det er også bare lækkert at komme ud, og så kan man se lidt på bunden og sådan.
Oven i den her helt lokale opbakning, så er der jo også på foreningsbasis og inden for surfkredsene, der har været mulighed for at kombinere en masse kræfter i forbindelse med det her stævne. Altså ikke mindst sejlklub har stillet med 2 store dommerbåde, altså deciderede lystbåde, og så har vi haft hjælp fra både Blue Spirit, som er de her unge mennesker, der kommer og underviser i windsurf for turister, og inden for Aarhus hjælp fra Surfline. Så det er simpelthen en synergi mellem alle de her interesser. Ebeltoft har jo nogle helt fantastiske fordele. Alene i kraft af sin beliggenhed, altså naturgeografisk, så er det jo en vestvendt kyst på en østkyst. Og det giver nogle rige muligheder for pålandsvind, og det i kombination med lavt vand og meget begyndervenlige forhold, det gør jo, at det er super spot. Både for begyndere, men også for eliten.
Ebeltoft er jo bare virkelig vindsikkert og kanon forhold rigtig mange dage om året. Det er jo en fantastisk vig, hvor der er gode forhold at hente næsten uanset hvad vindretningen er.
Her i Ebeltoft er der også et rigtig godt windsurfing-miljø, hvor der er et rigtig stort fællesskab omkring det med den nye klub, hvor man altid føler sig velkommen, når man kommer, og der er altid rigtig god stemning også.
Jamen, i år der har vi valgt at kombinere noget bredde windsurf med noget elitesurf, sådan at vi får en win-win, at de unge begyndere, de ser op til IQ, olympiske foiler, og de olympiske foiler, jamen, de har lige pludselig et publikum for deres sport. Og det, at vi så ligger så centralt i forhold til byen, og at man op fra byen kan se, at bugten den simpelthen er plettet med sejlere, det giver jo nogle helt fantastiske fordele.
Det er jo et sted, hvor man både kan windsurf selvfølgelig, kitesurf, wing, stand-up paddle, alt muligt, kajak, hvad det nu er, man har lyst til. Det kan ligesom det hele, og det tror jeg er noget af det, der gør, at mange er rigtig glade for stedet her.
Som professionel windsurfer, der er det også et rigtig godt sted for mig, fordi at jeg har gode tilrikningsfaciliteter, og jeg kan komme hurtigt ud og ind fra vandet og teste forskellige ting af, f.eks. nye sejl eller nye master osv. Så det er et rigtig godt sted for mig.
Vi har meget, meget stor opbakning i lokalsamfundet. Og det er på alle planer. Altså dels i forhold til det kommunale. Vi har fået meget hjælp fra kommunen, som blandt andet stiller posthus til rådighed for os, som jo ligger helt unikt med udsigt over kysten. Så er der alle de lokale erhvervsdrivende, og så er der jo de her store foreninger og fonde, som vi også har haft rigtig meget glæde af. Men altså, det er helt unikt så stor lokal opbakning, der er, ikke mindst fra erhvervslivet, det må man sige.
Ebeltoft er nok den mest aktive windsurfklub i hele Danmark, hvor de har rigtig godt samarbejde med kommunen, og der sker en masse nye aktiviteter hele tiden.
Altså noget, man ellers så sætter pris på, det er jo noget så simpelt som, at det bare er virkelig dejligt vand. Altså når man surfer, så er der bare flot sandbund og vand, der lige lidt mere blåt her end andre steder. Det er sådan, det er også bare lækkert at komme ud, og så kan man se lidt på bunden og sådan.
Oven i den her helt lokale opbakning, så er der jo også på foreningsbasis og inden for surfkredsene, der har været mulighed for at kombinere en masse kræfter i forbindelse med det her stævne. Altså ikke mindst sejlklubben har stillet med 2 store dommerbåde, altså deciderede lystbåde, og så har vi haft hjælp fra både Blue Spirit, som er de her unge mennesker, der kommer og underviser i windsurf for turister, og inden for Aarhus hjælp fra Surfline. Så det er simpelthen en synergi mellem alle de her interesser. Ebeltoft har jo nogle helt fantastiske fordele. Alene i kraft af sin beliggenhed, altså naturgeografisk, så er det jo en vestvendt kyst på en østkyst. Og det giver nogle rige muligheder for pålandsvind, og det i kombination med lavt vand og meget begyndervenlige forhold, det gør jo, at det er super spot. Både for begyndere, men også for eliten.
Ebeltoft er jo bare virkelig vindsikkert og kanon forhold rigtig mange dage om året. Det er jo en fantastisk vig, hvor der er gode forhold at hente næsten uanset hvad vindretningen er.
Her i Ebeltoft er der også et rigtig godt windsurfing-miljø, hvor der er et rigtig stort fællesskab omkring det med den nye klub, hvor man altid føler sig velkommen, når man kommer, og der er altid rigtig god stemning også.
Jamen, i år der har vi valgt at kombinere noget bredde windsurf med noget elitesurf, sådan at vi får en win-win, at de unge begyndere, de ser op til IQ, olympiske føjler, og de olympiske føjler, jamen, de har lige pludselig publikum for deres sport. Og det, at vi så ligger så centralt i forhold til byen, og at man op fra byen kan se, at bugten den simpelthen er plettet med sejlere, det giver jo nogle helt fantastiske fordele.
Det er jo et sted, hvor man både kan windsurfe selvfølgelig, kitesurf, wing, stand-up paddle, alt muligt, kajak, hvad det nu er, man har lyst til. Det kan ligesom det hele, og det tror jeg er noget af det, der gør, at mange er rigtig glade for stedet her.
Som professionel windsurfer, der er det også et rigtig godt sted for mig, fordi at jeg har gode tilrækningsfaciliteter, og jeg kan komme hurtigt ud og ind fra vandet og teste forskellige ting af, f.eks. nye sejl eller nye master osv. Så det er et rigtig godt sted for mig.
Vi har meget, meget stor opbakning i lokalsamfundet. Og det er på alle planer. Altså dels i forhold til det kommunale. Vi har fået meget hjælp fra kommunen, som blandt andet stiller posthus til rådighed for os, som jo ligger helt unikt med udsigt over kysten. Så er der alle de lokale erhvervsdrivende, og så er der jo de her store foreninger og fonde, som vi også har haft rigtig meget glæde af. Men altså, det er helt unikt så stor lokal opbakning, der er, ikke mindst fra erhvervslivet, det må man sige.
Ebeltoft er nok den mest aktive windsurfklub i hele Danmark, hvor de har rigtig godt samarbejde med kommunen, og der sker en masse nye aktiviteter hele tiden.
Altså noget, hvad ellers så sætter pris på, det er jo noget så simpelt som, at der bare er virkelig dejligt vand. Altså når man surfer, så er der bare flot sandbund og lidt vand, der lige lidt mere blåt her end andre steder. Det er sådan, det er også bare lækkert at komme ud, og så kan man se lidt på bunden og sådan.
Oven i den her helt lokale opbakning, så er der jo også på foreningsbasis og inden for surfkredsene, der har været mulighed for at kombinere en masse kræfter i forbindelse med det her stævne. Altså ikke mindst sejlklubben har stillet med 2 store dommerbåde, altså deciderede løsbåde, og så har vi haft hjælp.
Are we starting? Hello? Okay, so we are back. Red flag is up on the boat. Elimination 2 is coming up. 4 minutes to go until the start. Did you see Elimination 1? Well, we had a few shocks, didn't we? We had Johan So and Michelle Becker going over the line earlier, and that paved the way for Fabian Wolf to take his first victory and the first ever victory of the EPWT here in Denmark. So Fabian Wolf was the first winner. In second place, it was Everard. So the Belgian rider had a really close battle with local boy Winter. Winter actually learnt to windsurf on this very bay. He's not living here, but this is where he learnt to windsurf. And there was a super close battle with him and Everard on the last reach. But in the end, it was Everard who came back to get that second place. Winter finished in third place. I'm pretty sure, we haven't seen the official results yet. I'll wait to confirm it, but I'm pretty sure it was Sjoberg in fourth place. And then it was, I think, a great result for Permin. Gustav Permin, I think, from Denmark on the Patrick. I seem to remember him claiming a bit, so it could have been him in fifth place. We wait for the official results, but that is Elimination 1. Definitely Fabian Wolf, Everard in second place. Oh, there we go. Fabian Wolf, Cyril Everard. We got Noah Winter. It was Sjoberg in third place. And yeah, Permin in fifth. A solid result. Poggeman going down on that first mark. Frederick Oram, who had a massive crash on the start line. Absolutely huge crash. And then obviously Michelle Becker, Johan So, and Hessels down that bottom end. Michelle Becker, Johan So over the line early. Maybe Hessels was over early actually as well then, looking at that. But again, we'll wait for the official results. But those top results are definitely how we ended up. So we're coming close to the start of Elimination 2. Two semi-finals, runners-up final, and then the final. We're under 4 minutes to go in the first heat. We have got Noah Winter in this first heat. We've got Cyril Everard in the first heat. We've got Poggeman in the first heat. Hessels is in the first heat. Nelson, who sailed in the wrong heat in the first one, who did confuse me. I wasn't sure if it was me that was wrong or him. It was him. Oram coming back after that big crash. He's going to be in this first heat. Brosio from Germany is in this. And then we got the two Van der Vegs. Yeah, Matthias Van der Weg and Barn Van der Weg. Who you watching? Who you cheering for? Who you rooting for? Obviously, the second semi-final is pretty stacked because we've got Johan So, Becker and the Wolf all in the second semi-final. So that will be an interesting one. The semi-finals, from what we've seen earlier today, look like you just got to keep it together, stay on round the marks, and you should qualify for that final if you've got the speed. But obviously, as usual, that fifth place here on the EPWT is all up for grabs. Usually on the race on the Peelway, it's fourth, whereas here it's fifth. So between fifth and sixth is a tight battle. And this looks like Noah Winter is going to go for the start. There he is. Good start from Noah Winter. Looks like Hessels as well. Looking good on the Severn, closest to us. Look at the big gusts. Got up to 24 knots of wind on the course area at the moment. Poggeman looking good on the S2 Maui sails. We've got Everard just upwind. Actually, no, that's Hessels just there, 88. We've got 416, which is Nielsen. No, it's not. Ignore me. 416 is Oram. So is he going to do another big crash? He said he was so happy to make the winners final. Well, he's looking in a good position here, going around this mark in third place on the outside of Poggeman. So Winter round in first. Then it's close. Everard, good jibe from Everard. He's got a good jibe on him, the Belgian rider. Up into second place. Poggeman into third. And then it looks like Hessels in fourth place. And then Oram from Denmark in fifth, and that is the last qualifying spot. We've got Nielsen on the loft sail in sixth, and that's going to be the battle between fifth and the sixth place rider. The loft sail of Nielsen and Oram are going to have a big fight here. The two Danish riders probably used to fighting together out in front. Another Danish rider, getting a bit loose at the front from Winter. Fifth place is definitely up for grabs here. Poggyman doing enough to stay ahead. 148 is Nielsen on the loft sail. And then just behind him is Oram. Can he make another final? At the moment, he looks like he's just out of it. At the front of the pack, though, as we come into this buoy, you can see there, Hessels is just chasing him down. Poggyman making some good ground back on this reach as we come into this third jibe mark, penultimate jibe mark. Out in the front, look at that. He's already miles ahead by now. Is Winter, then Everard, then Poggyman, then Hessels. Nielsen is your last man. So the loft sailor is up into fifth place. And he is qualifying at the moment, but not the best of jibes. Oram's going to come back at him. We've got to keep an eye on the front of the fleet as well, but this is where the battle is for that fifth place. At the moment, it's Nielsen in fifth place, who will be taking the final spot. Winter's made it round cleanly. Poggerman, Hessels, Everard, Nielsen rounds ahead of Oram. And it is going to be Nielsen, if he stays where he is on the loft sail, which will make it into that final. But it's pretty close for him, the other Danish rider. Winter is definitely going to get it. He's won this one by quite some way. Everard in second, Poggerman in third. Fourth place is Hessels. And fifth place at the moment is Nielsen. So Nielsen on the loft. Going to qualify here. Hessels as well qualifies for the final. Winter is already round that finishing mark. Poggyman, Everard, Nielsen and Hessels. That's your final 5 riders. Oram just misses out on a final spot. So that was the first semi-final. Elimination 2 here at the EPWT in Denmark. Got plenty of wind on the course area, mid-20s. The guys on 6.0s. They said in the first elimination, relatively powered, but not crazy with the odd gust. So I'm guessing now we've got probably an increase, about 5 knots of wind. They're going to be pretty juiced up in this elimination. Looks like the flag is already up on the boat. Number 2. Obviously, that was semi-final number 1, but now we're moving into semi-final number 2. Just ignore the graphic at the moment, because that will change very soon. There we go. Semi-final number 2 coming up. Okay, so we should be seeing the drone pretty soon. I think we was a bit of a delay before that start, which is why it's had to come in and refuel. Get another battery pack. Let's hope the drone can make it back out there. I've just seen the flag go down, so I think that's 1 minute to go until the start. Here we go. This is the second heat. Johan So, Michelle Becker, Fabian Wolf. Pretty stacked, this. Hugo Schoberg. We've got Hugo Cox. We've got Dietz. We've got Permin. And we've got Hermeyer and Fredriksson in this heat. So some pretty big guns in this one. And they are coming up to the start. So I'm not sure we are going to get the drone for the start of this race. It looks like a bit out of sync. Oh, we are. I take it back. He's fast. He's back out there. And we are gone. You can see there, we've got on the black sail, it will be, ooh, maybe that loft sail looked a bit early, but let's wait and see. You never know. It is a general recall. Yeah, I think that loft sail was a country mile over. So who is on the loft sail in heat number 2? That could be Fredriksson. I think it's Fredriksson. We'll wait for confirmation of that. Yeah, we will wait. But loft sail on my list, I've got Fredriksson, Christopher Daniel Fredriksson. He went for the early start. Yeah, we'll be seeing. We've got Billy there saying, this is great coverage. I'm guessing the drone pilot was told to get in closer. Well, yeah, that's it's always the way. Again, like all these events, we had a bit of rain earlier, which you couldn't always see on the camera, which does play havoc with how you can fly the drone, which sounds crazy, but you kind of can't be looking up into the wind, obviously, because then the rain goes straight into the lens, which actually makes everything a bit more difficult. Now the rain has kind of cleared, we fly as he wanted to fly. Denmark 188 is over. Yeah, it is. Christopher Daniel Fredriksson on the loft sail. I mean, he was quite easy to spot, wasn't he? He was a good way over. We've got the north sail as well. There's no sail numbers on that, but that is Heinmeier, Thijs Heinmeier from the Netherlands. He said his sail numbers are not sticking to the north sail. So I'm guessing you've got to put them on when you buy that thing brand new, because it obviously is a little bit. So there we go. What's the spot? People asking what's the spot? This is Ebeltoft in Denmark. So if you look at... where did I fly into? Alhaus. My Danish is terrible. I should really know where I flew into. But yes, Ebeltoft is the name of the spot. Aarhus. Is that how you say it? Is that the airport? Which is like literally 5 minutes from here. It actually can get a direct flight from Faro in Portugal for me. My flight on the way back, 28 euros. Aarhus. There we go. Aarhus. That's the one. Ebeltoft. Yeah, there we go. Cheers, boys. That's why the YouTube comments are gold. That's what I need. Sometimes I need a bit of help. Aarhus. Aarhus. It's Aarhus, not Aarhus. That probably won't make sense unless you're Scottish. But yeah, we have got a general recall. One rider over the line early on the loft. Fredriksson, he's out of here. But it's a great spot. Like I say, if you are just tuning in, it's a pretty much a summer spot in Denmark, from what I've been told. 6,000 people live here normally, and then in the summer it gets times by 10, goes up to 60,000 for the summer months. So, but it's got a great bay. So, and really shallow water, like waist deep for probably like 50 to 100 meters out. So it's really good for learning to windsurf. They've just set up this whole new clubhouse here. It's like an ex-post office, I think. And it's like a community project. Yeah, and like I said earlier, I don't know who was tuned in, but it was like, I'm pretty sure they said it was like 70 euros to join the club for the year, and then 100 to be able to use the gear in the club. And they've had a lot of local businesses sponsor it, so they've got a load of secondhand gear, you know, bought it. It's all rigged up. They've got foiling equipment. They've got everything. It's pretty mad for those type of prices. And talking about that, here we go into it. Oh, Johan So trying to jump a little bit of grass off, because the wind did blow the other way, which has caused a little bit of seaweed on the course from what I've heard. So the boys have been going with some bigger foils to get a bit more lift. And here we go. Doesn't want to push the start on this one. And there we go. That is the start. Looks like Sjoberg. out in the front at the moment. We got Michelle Becker on the Patrick stuff in about second place, and then the Wolf up this side with Johan So on the black 0.7 sail coming through, beasting his way through. So Becker, I mean, they're the two probably highest seeds in this competition, which is Johan So on the 0.7, Denmark 37, and Michelle Becker on the Patrick. But it's Johan So from Denmark who goes around the first mark in first place. Then we've got Michelle Becker. Then we've got Sjoberg. Then we've got the Wolf is in there. And then we've got the North sail of Haymeyer. Going pretty good. Is that Dietz as well? 241, yeah. Peyton Dietz from the Netherlands. We've also got the Patrick rider, which is Perman. Did pretty good in that first one. He was up in 5th place in the first final, and now he's got a battle to make it to the second final. I mean, we've got to keep an eye on the top guys in case there's any mistakes, and there's a bit of mistake there for the North, but manages to get it going. Top 4 are quite clear ahead with Johan So, Michelle Becker, the Wolf, and Sjoberg. I mean, they're having a proper battle at the front. This is almost like a final. There's some big guns in this elimination. I think we've got to, keep the top guys in the shot. You can see that's the way it looks from the beach. You can see looking upwind gives you a much better perspective to see the white caps, to see how windy it is, because it is plenty of breeze right now. But it is Johan So round in first place. Michelle Becker in second. Then the Wolf, the winner of the first elimination, in third. And then we've got Sjoberg in fourth. And then we've got Haymeyer on the North. And then the Patrick of Perman. So one of these guys will be missing out. That is the battle for 5th and 6th. Or is it? Yes, it is. 5th and 6th. At the moment, it's the North rider. Haymeyer needs to keep ahead of Perman. Perman, the German. No, he's not actually German. He's Danish. There we go. But looking at the front, Johan So, Michelle Becker, the Wolf, then Sjoberg. And it's still the North rider onto the last reach. And it is our Northman, Haymeyer, ahead of Perman. Not going to make his second final at the moment. And there he is. The winner of this second semi-final into the final is Johan So. After a mistake in the first final, he's going to have to get it together in this next one. This is the battle for 5th, though. And he's giving it a good go here. Perman, he's pushing hard. Haymeyer needs to get a wriggle on here because Perman's coming back. Perman is going underneath the Dutch rider, and he's going to take him short. Oh, that was super close for the 5th place and the spot in the final. We'll have to get a confirmation of who made it. But the North rider, Haymeyer, may have just given it up to Perman on that last reach. It looked like the Dutch rider might have just got him. He was holding on all the way to the line, though. Well, we'll wait for confirmation of those results. I am told from tomorrow we'll be getting instant replays and stuff. It is not possible today. So don't get too excited for the instant replays. It's coming. It's a 4-day event. We're going to be building it through this one. I've got a bit of local knowledge here. What's this? Ebeltoft has the same average wind speed as the west coast of Denmark. Yearly average wind speed is 7 to 8 meters per second, which is about 16 knots, which is unique. I mean, that's pretty impressive, isn't it? 28 euros sounds like an amazing price. What do you search for flights? Yeah, like I said, that was with no bags or anything. Ryanair. It was a Ryanair flight into Aarhus. Aarhus. What do I use to search for flights? Skyscanner. That's my go-to. Johan Fries. Some windsurfing clubs in Denmark are very cheap. My club has foiling gear, fin gear, beginner gear for around $30 for the season. My God, no wonder there's so many Danish windsurfers. That's amazing. I think it's a dying breed in a lot of Europe where the windsurfing clubs, most of the windsurfing clubs, I think that's kind of the cool thing to have. We need one in Portugal. And due to its location on the tip of Aarhus Bay, it has onshore, sideshore winds most of the time, unlike the rest of the East Coast, which is mostly offshore. And Ebeltoft is such a lovely place. Love it. It is a nice place, I've got to be honest. It's a lovely little town. We'll try and do a bit of video, but it's a great spot. I've never been here, never been to this side of Denmark, but I have to say, very impressed. Very good. We had a nice sunny, windy day yesterday when we got here. Obviously, today has brightened up. You can see, Johan, so they're absolutely flying. Hopefully, we can get the drone on the downwind side of this final. It would be good. I think it's the best view we can have for watching the foil racing. But yeah, we will build up this event as we go through. Lots of wind forecast for tomorrow. 40 knots of wind. Will we get 40 knots? I don't know. Will they be able to survive in 40 knots of wind on the foil? I'm not sure. Yeah, this is perfect windsurf racing conditions, I would imagine. Like 25 knots of wind at the moment out there, which is pretty solid for the first day of racing. We're winding it up tomorrow to 40 knots. Then it's probably back to 20 knots. And then I think we finish on about 12 knots. That's like the forecast from what I saw earlier in the week. I haven't rechecked it, but yeah, that looks some great racing out there at the moment. It's not semi-final number 2, obviously. We're going to have the runners-up final. So I'm sure that graphic will change when we go. Red flag is up, though. Oh, no, that's just a red jacket. Okay, so we're waiting for the sequence to kick in. Who's you think? Who's your money on? Who is your money on? Well, any more over earlies will change stuff. Got a few comments coming in. Let's have a look. Why no fin racing over there? Well, as far as I understand it, this is a foiling tour. The European Pro Windsurfing Tour, but it's on foiling equipment. What do you think? Should it be called the Windsurfing Tour? Should it be called something else? But EPWT is what it's called. Cobbled streets. There is a few cobbled streets over here in Ebeltoft. Speedquest windsurfing. Looks like nice wind. Yeah, we just read that one, sorry. Marty says, in the UK, you can pay in excess of 50 quid per month, 500 plus for a single membership, over £800 for a couple. Yeah. I mean, definitely the prices over here are pretty amazing. Red flag is up. Okay, this isn't the semi-final, just in case you're wondering. This is runners-up final. There we go, runners-up final. We are on. Who's going to win the runners-up final? So runners-up final will get 11th place in Elimination 2. Who's going to be the people to watch in this final? Well, we'll talk you through as we go into it. Did we have anybody making a mistake? Are there any guys in this runners-up final that would have liked to have been in the final, where we did see that battle with Permin on the Patrick and Heinmeier on the North? So I would imagine whoever didn't make it from those guys will definitely be a challenger in this final. We also saw Nielsen fighting with Aurum, and I think Aurum didn't make it. So Denmark 416, I think he could be a guy to look out for in this runners-up final. Paul Van Bellen has just joined. How's the event going? Well, there we go. This is the runners-up final. So we have got Aurum in this. Brosio, we've got Hugo Cox in this. The two Van der Vegs, we've got Dietz, and Permin is in this. And Fredriksson. So I would say Permin and Aurum could be the guys to watch in this runners-up final. Both of those guys only just missing out, so finishing 6th place in the other one. Yeah, I think it'll be a good battle. Runners-up final. Let's get it on. There we go. That's a bit of a view of what's upwind. That's why it's so flat. Pretty decent setup, I got to say, for freeride windsurfing, foiling windsurfing, learning to windsurf, cruising. It's a superb setup inside this bay. And actually, if you go outside of the bay, I have been told maybe tomorrow there is some starboard tack waves on offer. Ooh, exciting. Maybe we do a wave comp as well. No, I'm just joking. The EPWT is not doing the waves just yet. Look at that. Look at that. Plenty of breeze. We're going to be seeing the guys lining up pretty soon. There they are. Oh, stay behind the line. Stay behind the line, Mr. Fredriksson. He was a bit early last time, and he's looking pretty early here. Oh, still a way to go. He looks like they're catching him up as we're coming up to the start. Someone is flying in the middle on the Severn. Wow. Well, if he isn't over, it's a very good start from 241, which is Dietz. Dietz with a good start down this bottom end. We got up the top end is Aurum. Looks like he's on a big sound. He's flying. And then we do have the Danish rider. Is that 188? Is that Fredriksson on the loft? On the loft. It could be. 416, though, in the lead at the moment. 416 is Aurum. Like I said, he was happy to make the first final, and he is looking like a contender to win this runners-up final. Had a big crash in the first final. It's a close one there as they jibe around. Nice inside line from Dietz. Bit of duotone action in third place. At Hugo Cox, I think it is. In about third or fourth place, the Patrick of Permin. This is a good race at the front. Dietz is leading. Aurum in second. Permin in third place. And then Cox in fourth place as we come into the second jibe mark. Oh, Aurum's got the inside line. Dietz is going to cut inside, though. Great jibe from the Danish rider. Oh, sorry, the Netherlands rider. So Dietz on a much smaller sail. I'm not quite sure on his stats, but just looking at the size of his sail, I would say he's one of the smaller riders in the fleet. So Dietz at the moment, Peyton Dietz in first place. Oram further back. Yeah, 84 kilos, 188, 19 years of old is Dietz. But he's been pushed hard here by Permin. Permin's been getting better through the races. And Oram, though, goes down this bottom end on a much bigger sail. You can just see the difference in those two Severn sails. So, Oram, round the penultimate jibe mark in first place. Permin up into second place. Great jibe from the Patrick rider in second. Dietz is still in third. And Oram's got a bit of work to do now because Permin has been getting better and better throughout this race. And we've only got one jibe mark to go. And Dietz has made some ground up on Oram there. But out in front, Permin. One jibe mark to go. Any mistakes will be punished, but just needs to keep it nice and clean. He's come from a bit behind in this race to take the lead as he comes into the last jibe mark. So Permin, after missing out just on the final, has made this runners-up final count. Great finishing jibe. And Dietz, another good jibe to give him the edge over Oram in third place. And Cox in fourth place. But it is going to be Permin. Gustav Permin from Denmark, who is going to take this runners-up final and 11th place in the second elimination here at the EPWT in Ebeltoft in Denmark. 19 years old, 180 tall, 84 kilos. And there we go. It is Permin that takes the win. Look at this battle for second now as Cox caught right back up. Dietz, it's a photo finish. Oram, Dietz and Cox, I think it is, for a photo finish there. I wouldn't like to call that. I hope they've got a camera on the boat because that must have been absolutely tight. Great race there in the runners-up final. Some super close racing. I really couldn't say who took that heat. Look at the wind now, really picking up. This is going to be a very interesting final coming up. Obviously, Johan So, Michelle Becker are going to be in this final. Both of them over the line early in the last one. So they cannot afford to push the start too hard in this next race. Need to keep it together because, yes, they are the top seeds, but if you're over the line, you're not going to win. So Johan So, Michelle Becker, definitely the top seeds. Then you've got Fabian Wolf. He won the first elimination, was looking in good form. Noah Winter and Cyril Everard. These two had a massive battle in that first elimination final. Obviously in this final, we got Hugo Schoberg. We got Lars Pogeman. We've got Hessels, Nielsen and Heinmeier. These are your finalists. Elimination 2 here in Denmark for the EPWT. Let's see who's going to win out. I'm going to say going against Johan So and Becker is the fact they can't really push the start now. They cannot afford another over the line early, another premature start. We got Hugo Schoberg on this duotone, closest to us. On the north, we've got, who have we got? Heinmeier on the north. Then we got Johan So on that black 0.7. Just below him, we got Noah Winter. On the very top of your picture, on the Neil Pride, just going actually underneath Johan So is Everard. We've got the Wolf. All the way at the top nearest the boat. Pogeman on that S2 Maui sails, the orange and yellow sail. Schoberg down here. Look at this, lining up in the final elimination 2. Who is going to get the best start? Vinter's going to be pushing. The Wolf's pushing. Johan So is not slowing down and the Wolf nails it. Schoberg nails it down this bottom end. Pogeman in the middle. But Johan So is putting the hammer down on this first reach. And look at the speed of the beast as he pulls out on the rest of the pack. We've got Michelle Becker with a bit of work to do in the middle, fighting with the other German, Pogaman. But it is Johan So out in the lead. They've got the Wolf in second place, Becker into third now, Sjoberg fourth. Then we've got Pogaman. Then we've got Winter, Evrard. These guys are all fighting out. Remember, look at the gust coming through. But it is the Beast round in first place, Johan So, followed by Michelle Becker, then Sjoberg, then Winter, then the Wolf, then Pogaman. Great racing here in Denmark in this elimination too. But look at the Beast. Look at the speed of the man in the front on his, well, I say home turf. Not exactly, but he obviously is from Denmark. But Johan So, straight out of the Olympics. This is his first event back on the production gear, on his sponsored gear, 0.7 FMX Racing. Then we've got Michelle Becker. Great jibe from Becker. That's what he's known for. Winter in second place. There's real battles going on behind it. Battles everywhere. But at the front, it's all about this battle. Johan So, Michelle Becker. That is where it's at. We saw how good Becker is on the jibe. Johan is definitely no slouch. He's got a bit of work to do here because Johan So has a nice looking lead ahead of Michelle Becker. Johan So on the Patrick foil this year, so a bit of a change in for him. And it seems to be going great guns at the moment because we've seen Becker in the Pedal this year. He's very competitive. Johan So, though, is definitely showing he has got the skills to challenge Johan So. Then Becker, the Wolf, and Winter having a battle again for that third and fourth place. I think the drone's struggling to keep up with Johan So, who's throwing it down. Michelle Becker still in second place. There's only one jibe mark to go. What is going to happen at this last jibe mark? You wouldn't be betting against the Beast, would you? Surely it's going to be a nice clean jibe from Johan So. Let's try if we can watch the other riders come through because Johan So is definitely going to win this. Becker is definitely within touching distance, but Winter is up into third place ahead of Fabian Wolf, and this is big in the overalls. And Wolf goes down massively on that jibe mark. That's a disaster for the German. Sjoberg's going to come through. Evrard, Pogaman, Heinmeier. Oh, and the Wolf has had an absolute mare there. The Wolf has absolutely done it. The three little pigs will be happy because the Wolf is in the water. Absolutely. Oh, after a win, a third place would have put a lovely spin on this second elimination, but it isn't to be. And look at the speed. Johan So is already crossed the line in first place, winning the second elimination. Michelle Becker in second place. Third place is Winter after a really good battle with the Wolf, and he will now be leading this event overall. So Noah Winter will be leading this EPWT first event ever in 2024 after 2 eliminations. Great racing there, but it looks pretty ominous. The Beast is looking quick. If he doesn't go over the line early, he keeps it together. He is looking in fine form, but we saw from the Wolf, anything can happen. One mistake, one big gust can change everything. And this is the way you come here in Ebeltoft, because it's a little bit shallower towards the beach. It's interesting to see the technique that they use on the foils. They press on the one rail to flip the board over. That's like the cool way to do it. I'm not sure I could do that. Rasmus says, Ben, Johan just won the European Championships after the Olympics. Okay. The European Championships in what? There's a few different categories out there. So, yeah, I'll be honest. I've been so busy. I haven't been able to keep up with all the results. But in IQ foiling or is in normal foiling? So I take it back. This is probably not. IFCA. There we go. So IFCA foiling. Was that in Turkey? I saw so many different results. I saw some fin sailing and stuff, so I'm guessing it must have been over in Turkey. Okay, Johan So won the IFCA foiling Europeans by the looks of it. So he is hungry, that guy. He is hungry. That's why they call him the Beast. He's a hungry boy. So there we go. We're going to have interviews with the riders when they get to the beach. We got Alfie Hart on the camera on the beach, going to be doing the highlights video at the end of the day. We are finishing racing before 5 o'clock, I've been hearing. So it could end up with 3 eliminations today. It could be 4. We'll have to keep you posted. But that is elimination number 2. And we're going to hear from the guys on the water. You know, it's interesting definitely to hear from the winners, but I definitely want to hear from the Wolf. He must be absolutely gutted. You know, he won that first elimination, looking a solid third in that with that fight with Winter, and then went down on that last jibe mark under pressure. Under pressure. Under pressure. I thought they flipped the board when coming ashore to get a better phone signal. Oh, Billy. Yeah, I mean, it does look like a fair few aerials out there. But some good racing from the guys. 6 meters the last time we asked them. So when we were doing the interviews before, 6 meters seemed to be the right size of sail. The wind has definitely picked up. I don't think they will have changed sails. I think they were comfortably powered, maybe slightly on the lower end of the 6 meters before. Now I think they will definitely have a bit more juice, but I'm not sure it was enough of an increase to change equipment. But we'll be going down to the beach to get some views from down there, I think. It's always good to hear the stories from the race course. Can't hear anything just yet.
Yeah, it was leaning more like it's supposed to be.
Okay. I think we're just getting organised down there. Well, we'll be coming back to those interviews. Like I said, it was seamless before. Seamless. This is love the live TV. That's what you got to love. Technology is definitely getting better, though. That's the cool thing about it. It's actually just looking at the receivers on the camera, and it's a DJI one. And it always made me think that because they have the technology to do it with the drones, it makes sense that they would sell like the receivers you can plug into any camera and kind of record direct. There he is, Johan So. FMX Racing, 0.7, and Aeon Foils, which is the Patrick foil. You can see the F4 foil of Poggyman there. He's definitely a big fella. It's a good, like I say, it's a nice setup here. Nice beach, grassy rigging area. I'm a bit of a fan of grassy rigging areas. I grew up sailing on lakes, so all this sand I have to deal with these days in Portugal. I know what you're thinking. Get the violin out, Ben. Get the violin out. It's a very small violin, that's for sure. But yeah, I do like grass. Rigging up on grass just fills me with joy. It's a simple pleasure. It doesn't happen very often anymore, but it is nice. Big fan. Anyone got any simple pleasures they like for windsurfing? You know?
And then it was good. Third. And did you see that he fell you on the last mark? No, I heard it. Back, I was just focusing, to finish. But it was good. Right, good job, man. Well done. I think you might be leading now. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we're still live. I'm going to carry on talking. I can't hear anything in my ear, so I'm guessing you're still listening to me. But the next racing starts at 3:45, which is in an hour's time. So I don't know if someone could talk to me in my ear and tell me the plan. Are we going to get interviews or technical issues? Okay, well, I will take it. We're not going to do interviews. But again, we got a few technical issues. I'm not hearing much in the studio, so I can only see what you guys are seeing. And we're seeing the next race starts in 1 hour's time. So I guess we have to go try and fix a few of the teething problems on day one here in Denmark. But join us very, very soon. And hopefully we'll be back to you with a bit more information.
Tale var der ikke ikke. Måske det virker, jeg ved det ikke. Men det kan være, det gør det, når man har ting her på. Så det kan godt være, det kommer ikke.
Hvad gør det?
Fordi så får vi en lille bil. Prøv at køre en test, fordi der er nok ikke nogen folk derinde nu alligevel. Vi prøver at gøre det, at vi prøver at lave det samme. Og så sætter de den bare på, ikke så højt, den her nede, så kører du bare ind, så vil du gå en dag efter på. Så sætter jeg lyden på rigtigt. Ja, så vi siger bare, vi tester lige, vi tester lige. Her, sådan der. Ja, siger du bare lige, så når du fornemmer, om der er ekko eller ej, det her er en test, det her er en test.
Ja.
Prøv lige at kan vi snakke sammen, når jeg har det her foredrag sådan en med? Okay, så skal vi nok gøre. Det gør vi bare igen. Ebeltoft. Jeg ved ikke, hvad jeg... Så jeg bare skruet ud for de der duk, så det skulle være skov. Jeg ved ikke, om det går ud. Ja. only one.
I haven't got very good internet, so well, we can't do. Yeah.
So this is from 3.5.
Yeah. Up until now.
That was the two. Totally right. I totally like the gas. I never had gas in anything in regards to
I've got a hydraulic system. Yes. I've been making cups of tea. Steering through there might be tea and water, but steering through the thermal. But no sound.
yeah, but that's
I can get Ben to use both of them. For today. Where both of them say, look, I really need to just install this. Or the only other thing is, I haven't got very good internet in there.
where we stream it fast.
But
I mean, like
I could download, if I had fast internet, I could download the YouTube stream, get the audio of it in no time at all. Which is also easy. Yeah, I mean this one. Yeah, but I won't put that up there.
No, that's not.
Yeah, but I'm not sure I can copy the stream yet. Anyway, I can't download it from YouTube stream. Yeah. So at the end of the day, also maybe even. Yeah. Would you even have an audio file at the end of the day? No. Some of the other streamers they have like actually just. So you have to do that. Record sound.
Set up pictures. Yeah, no, that is actually also the recording.
But you know what?
Normally,
this afternoon.
this one did not work. This is for replay. Where all the things comes up and you press diamond 5, the last 5 seconds, so I know when you have pressed all 5. But then it's just this, because we also have a crash because we have power problem. And then before you restart everything, and now it's starting to down with batteries as well. So it was just, and really have been taking this stream for the time.
Well, this afternoon's stream, see if you can record sound with it.
Yeah.
Then that will know it's working then.
Yeah.
And the file, this afternoon's file, I can take that as well. At least I have that down. Because it's literally only.
Some
I mean, I only need, I've got like a 20-second section where it goes, now we're going to do an inside drive and I was going to take Ben's commentary instead of do it on the screen. That's it, just for that. And then the one where they go over early,
exactly.
You know, where he's like, you know, but in some ways he can customize it. So it's fine.
Yeah, but that's
Jeg skal nok bruge noget der og tage det vand, der kommer ned. Der får mere regn, det der har været nu.
Hvor meget regn vil du have?
Ja, jeg er ikke helt grader, men der er mere på forecast i hvert fald.
Men more rain.
Yeah, I can see more. It looks like it's much more delayed, but that's fine. This is a good. That's why I wanted to get this.
below 45, you can nest in with the heavy shower current. There is a gap in between. Yeah.
Make another announcement.
Yeah.
That's how the feeder delay normally work as well, with announcements in this situation. So they'd be like announcements at 15:30, first shot will start 15:45.
Yeah.
And then now you would have just said, you know what, we're going to say 6 o'clock, 6:15 or whatever, and then everyone knows where they stand. It's useful.
So start 15:45 still? Yeah. That would be good, because we are here now, and this is now, and this is next.
It could work out.
Yeah. We have a gap. Okay. Så det der ud, det er det var her i Word. No, so yeah, let's see what
we just try again and hope. I won't go out of range, I'll just stay close.
Yeah, I got the train come down and we're going to come back. One of the mechanics. We're not going to change it by taking the SD card out now. So you have to put this in here. It's like
copy the bill.
You have not copied the bill. And you have not. No, let's copy the bill. Otherwise you can
You know what we'll do? I'll come out and just be out there and do a test as we go. Just way before to make sure it's working.
What you then need to do is in as a machine. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that.
Just like this one. I'll replug everything in and that and just do it. I don't know. I think it might have been that I was sat on the wheel and it lost connection.
Where were you? Oh, you were sitting around.
I went down that way and got down at water level.
Oh, yeah, when you were talking to them.
When you said I think the battery might be going, I was out of sight.
But when we did the interviews, you were pretty close in.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Then it should have sorted itself out. But I'm wondering whether it broke. Because like the headphone set, that also cut out a couple of times when I was sat down there. I was flying a strike obviously. And when it cut out, it went boop, and then it come back on and it went boop, back on.
Maybe the same sitting here.
Maybe. We'll try again.
Yeah. So,
well, they're all going back out.
yeah.
Vi har meget stor opbakning i lokalsamfundet, og det er på alle planer. Altså dels i forhold til det kommunale. Vi har fået meget hjælp fra kommunen, som blandt andet stiller posthus til rådighed for os, som jo ligger helt unikt med udsigt over kysten. Så er der alle de lokale erhvervsdrivende, og så er der jo de her store foreninger og fonde, som vi også har haft rigtig meget glæde af. Men altså, det er helt unikt så stor lokal opbakning, der er, ikke mindst fra erhvervslivet, det må man sige.
Ebeltoft det er nok den mest aktive windsurfklub i hele Danmark, hvor de har rigtig godt samarbejde med kommunen, og der sker en masse nye aktiviteter hele tiden.
Are we live?
Ebeltoft har jo nogle helt fantastiske fordele. Alene i kraft af sin beliggenhed, altså naturgeografisk, så er det jo en vestvendt kyst på en østkyst. Og det giver nogle rige muligheder for pålandsvind, og det i kombination med lavt vand og meget begyndervenlige forhold, det gør jo, at...
Okay, so we're back. Elimination 3. Yes, and this will be the last elimination of the day. So, yeah, 3 eliminations today. We've already had 2 eliminations at the moment. Results. Noah Winter is leading this event after 2 eliminations. He did a similar thing in Fuerteventura for the PWA World Cup. After day 1, he was up in the top 3, and it was a bit of a shock for a few people, but Mr. Consistent is here again. 2 third places today puts him in first place. Obviously, we had the premature start, the OCS of Johan So and Michelle Becker, both of those riders in the top 2. And there we go. Here is the overall result. So Noah Winter leading, third and a third, 6 points. We got Cyril Everard, second and a fifth with 7 points. Hugo Schoberg, 2 fourth places, 8 points. Then Johan So, you can see that 9th place. Michelle Becker will also have a 9th place. Maybe they should all have 10th places because they were all over the line early in that final. So we need to check those results. But definitely Johan So, Michelle Becker are the danger people. These ones could move right up the rankings with another good result, but they're looking for a discard. Obviously, that discard will only come after 5 eliminations here on the EPWT. So one discard comes at 5 eliminations. Fabian Wolf is the big loser, really, because he would be leading this competition if he'd have stayed in third or fourth place where he was when he came around the last mark, but obviously crashed out and then went right down the rankings. So semi-final number 1. Coming up, Elimination 3, Michelle Becker, Fabian Wolf, Noah Winter, Lars Polgeman. We've got Urum, we've got Brozio, we've got Permin, we've got Heinmeier, and we got Fredriksson, all in this semi-final. Here we go, counting down to the start. Wind looks like it's dropped off a little bit, and it looks like a good start. Out in the front, the 2 Patrick riders looking pretty good. Noah Winter is there upwind. We've got Michelle Becker on the downwind side. Obviously one of the top riders at this competition. 5th place in the world last year. So we will all be expecting him to put in a solid performance. Obviously over the line in that first final has caused him a few problems, but just needs to get back and consistent. We have a bit of rain out there at the moment, so maybe the drone won't be able to look up wind, which will be a bit more of a problematic here in the commentary booth, but we will go through it. So Becker in first, Winter, and then we've got the Wolf. That's your top 3. 5 riders will qualify in this. We've got the North Sail of Heinmeier, from the Netherlands in 4th place. Again, these semi-finals looks a bit of a cruise for the top boys. You know, they don't need to push too hard. They just need to make it through inside the top 5 to get into that winner's final. Heinemeyer in 4th place. And it does look like the Patrick Sale of, is that Permin? I think it might be. I think he won the runners-up final before. And he's looking like he's in a qualifying spot here in the final. Poggyman missing out at the moment. This could be a bit of a battle coming ready here. But so we have got wind. As soon as we look at wind, you see the white caps. Poggyman outside of the top 5 at the moment. And he's going to have to overtake Permin here. And he is catching the Patrick rider. So Poggyman on the S2 Maui sails. FMX board by the looks of it. Against Permin. From Denmark, Gustav. Gustav needs to put the hammer down a bit. Becker, Winter and the Wolf top 3. 4th place is the North rider, which is Heinemeyer. And it is Permin still in that 5th place. Poggyman missing out at the moment. Lars Poggyman going against Gustav Permin for that 5th place. This is to get in the final. Going to be a bit of a battle. Got 1 jibe mark to go. Not a lot of time for Poggyman to make his move. He's going to have to do it pretty soon. Is there any mistake from the top riders? It doesn't look like it. It looks like the top 3. And there's the 4th place. And Poggyman does go inside. Oh, and he's cut off the jibe. Permin couldn't turn in. And Poggyman has done it. Good move from the German. And that is a decisive move. Without that move, he would not have been in the final. And Permin's going to miss out once again. I think he could have been a bit more aggressive on that jibe. He did have an inside line there. Didn't take it. Opted to hang back. And that has been the difference. And Poggyman, with that move on the last jibe mark, will guarantee himself a spot in the final. Obviously, Michelle Becker, Noah Winter, Fabian Wolf, and Heinemeyer are the other qualifiers. And Poggyman takes the last spot. Good race from Poggyman there. We got Mario Kumpel online. YouTube extraordinaire. Reminds me, I got to share a few of his videos. He's had a few good videos coming out. You haven't checked them out? Get on his YouTube channel. If you are just joining us, this is the 3rd elimination of the day and the last elimination of the day on the newly formed tour, the EPWT, the European Pro Windsurfing Tour. What is the idea of this tour? It's basically a Euro-based tour. The idea from Finn Noor, who is the man behind this, is to get affordable events within Europe, which the European riders can take their van to, and be maybe a stepping stone to go on to the PWA. There are a few different rules here on this tour. You are allowed weight as long as it floats, and you are allowed, there's no equipment limits. Here we go. In the 2nd semi-final, Johan So, Cyril Everard. We've got Schoberg, Hessels, Nielsen, Cox, Van der Weg, and Van der Weg. We've got Matthias Van der Weg and Barn Van der Weg. And we've got Peyton Dietz in this 2nd semi-final. If you have missed the other action, there will be a highlights video coming out today, Alfie Hart style. So the normal Windsurfing TV highlights video. And there will be a half an hour show at the end of these 4 days, which will be going on television. Yes. Ooh. Plus, there's been some last-minute prize money getting added. 2.5 grand for the first prize here. And actually down to 5th, I think, is pretty solid prize money, I've got to say. I think a few of the guys came here to support the event and was kind of didn't know there was any prize money. So I think that's pretty cool. 1,500, 1,750, 1,300, 1,100 and 850. Pretty good. Pretty solid. Hopefully pay for the trip and some for the good guys. F4 apparently are supporting this as well. I need to get hold of Mr. F4. Here we go. Oh, look at that loft sail down the bottom. I mean, he's been a bit early for a few already. I hope he hasn't pushed the line once again. But it is the loft rider from Denmark. He likes to push. This is Nielsen. Actually, it was the other guy, actually. It was Fredriksson, the other guy who's pushing. But Nielsen with a good start. There he is, 18 years old. We've got Hessels as well in this, but at the top end, Johan. So he's been looking super quick. Oh, it is a general recall. Well, there you go. Well, we know who that is, don't we? Nielsen. See you later, mate. You are out of here. Yeah, Nielsen is a man down. There's no way. It couldn't be anybody else, I don't think. We'll wait for confirmation of that. Semi-final number 2. We have a slight delay. Let's see. Who else is out there watching? Who you supporting? Come on. We have heard the forecast. It's not 40 knots anymore for tomorrow. No, I know what you're thinking. Oh, Ben, we wanted to see 40 knots tomorrow. Well, we've not got 40 knots. We got 45 knots. Whey! Oh, my God. 45 knots at 5 o'clock, apparently. Or 46 knots, I should say. 46 knots. Who is going to be racing in 46 knots? Has anyone ever took a foil out in 46 knots? Let me know in the comments. Come on. That's going to be pretty challenging. I could think of some other words. Scary would be another word. Anyone got any good words for 46 knots on a foil? Yeah, they said they're still waiting for the general recall, but I think we know, don't we? It was Nielsen, I'm pretty sure. Zerko saying they should go on the fin. Well, maybe you're going to have, like, there's no... Actually, that's a good point. There's no limits or no limits on equipment. Could you put a fin board on, or do you have to do it on a foil? You have to do it on a foil, apparently. You have to do it on a foil. That's what I'm hearing. But does it say that in the rules? Because you could say, well, my foil's just very small. Okay. Apparently it says it in the rules. Billy says wave slalom. I don't know how many waves there'll be, to be fair. Because it is kind of protected from most sides. Okay, there is talk of the EPWT trying to get an event in Hamstone next year. On the foil? Wow, that would be quite exhilarating. Let's see. Let's see where this goes. Interesting concept to see the foil in action. But, yeah, we're waiting. We're pretty sure Nielsen's out of there. There's no way Nielsen's still going to be racing. He was so far over compared to everyone else. He's done. Brian says 46 knots in Ebeltoft is not like PWA knots. Is that stronger than that? Is it stronger? Because usually the PWA knots are actually pretty strong. Like, what's like a 46 PWA knots is usually like 55 knots. Oh, are you saying it's the opposite? Or 46 knots in Denmark? It's a bit denser, the wind up here, isn't it? I guess we will find out tomorrow. So, general recall, we've got, I'm pretty sure it's one rider disqualified. Nielsen will not be playing a part. You can see him there on the loft sail. He's already upwind, so he's done and dusted. Brian says it's much less than PWA knots. Yeah, I can imagine. PWA knots seem to be stronger than any other knots in the world. Here we go. Lining up. We got Johan So on the 0.7. Looking solid up that top end. We've got Everard on the Neil Pride just below him. We've got Hessels in the mix here. Looks a pretty solid start. 241 is that. Yep, Dietz. He's going pretty well, Dietz, isn't he? He's on a very small sail. I'm pretty sure someone said he was 14 years old, so his stats weren't entirely correct from last time. So Dietz is only 14 years old. If he is 14, wow, pushing it with the big boys. But one thing's for sure, the big boy at the front is pushing pretty hard. Johan So round in first, then Everard, then Hessels, then Dietz, then Sjoberg. Looks pretty solid for that front crew. Going to be a nice, easy qualification for these guys. Second of the semi-finals to qualify through. So, yeah, looks, yeah, as long as there's no big problems here, it looks like these boys are going to smash this. Out in front, though, look at Johan So absolutely flying. Then we've got Everard in second. Hessels, Dietz, Sjoberg. That is going to be pretty much as simple as that. You can see the conditions. We've got really nice conditions. There we go. The town in the background. You can see that harbour. It's actually like a dry docked, old school, I don't know what you call it, boat. Johan So all the way to the inside here. So nice and close. JC, John Carter, cameraman is there. There we go. So Johan So's cruising this. Everard in second. Hessel, Sjoberg's actually up, and Dietz has dropped back a bit, but the top five are quite clear. There he is, Johan So, 21 years of age, 195 and 97 kilos. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have any weight on. So, looks like they've maybe changed the course. It looks a bit longer. So, Johan So, cruising this semi-final. Everard. Nice. Oh, say nice. He touches down a little bit. Hessels. And then we've got Dietz. And then Sjoberg. Where's he gone? Hang on a minute. We might have had a bit of a man down because we're not seeing Mr. Sjoberg. Oh, here he is. Maybe he had a little bit of a issue, but he's back up and running now, the Swede. Really needs to make it into that final. He's had a consistent day today, 2 fourth places. So, second semi-final, pretty much done and dusted. Here he is, Mr. Sjoberg, 23 years of age, 191 and 97. There's a lot of 97 kilos out there, aren't there? Some big boys. This foiling, you need to have a fair bit of weight. We've got Turbo Dudek saying seeing Johan leading like this is like Bjorn in the old PBA days. Way ahead. We've got Harold saying hello from Tyskland. And that will be it. We've got our 5 qualifiers. Hendrik Christiansen says it looks more like 20 to 25 knots in the forecast average wind. Maybe it is. Like I said, the forecast has been changing, but there's a surge of wind towards the end of the day. So maybe we don't get that 46 knots. But there's some local forecasts I saw the other day which look pretty insane. So, yeah, there we go. Pretty easy qualification, that one, for the semi-finals. But we do have that big final set up. All the major seeds making it through to the final. So we got runners-up final, then final, and to see who will be leading at the end of day 1 here at the EPWT in Ebeltoft. Ebeltoft. I keep want to say an Ebeltoft. I think someone said it means something like that, doesn't they? Apple something. Go on. I know there'll be someone out there in the comments who's going to tell me. Apple Paradise. No. Something like that. We got Viking Surf Monster saying this will not come back. Bjorn was winning all of it. Wave, slalom, and the race course. Very true. I mean, he was the overall master. And you do forget how good he was. I think this, history has a way of doing that. You carry on in the past and it kind of blends in, but he was just insane. I mean, to be winning at Hookkeeper and stuff like that. And then he won the first ever freestyle competition in Fuerteventura. It's pretty crazy. So, yeah. I'm sure you all remember Bjorn. I'm sure there's a few older boys out there, but I guess a lot of the new guys, if you think, if you're in your teens, Bjorn has not been a part of your windsurfing history, which is kind of crazy for us old boys and girls to remember. So, runners-up final first, not the semi. We've just done semi-final number 2. So ignore the graphic on the top of your screen. That's over now. And we will be going into that runners-up final next. You can see Johan So just blasting up and down, getting ready for this. Are we going to see another win? Well, it's hard to bet against it, isn't it? He does look in good form. I was actually speaking to Michelle Becker before, and, as much as we remember Johan from the PWA tour, we know he's quick, but it wasn't his standout feature. It was his consistency and his jibing, which really put him up there. But I feel he might have increased his speed this year. So if he's increased his speed and he's got the consistency and the jibing, wow, it's going to be definitely an interesting one, that's for sure. Anyone want to place any bets on Johan So winning a world title at some point? Anyone want to predict what year it could be? Because there's some fast boys on the PWA. It's never going to be easy winning a world title. You need a bit of luck. Obviously, you need a lot of skill. But you do need things to go your way. Because when you're racing out there, you're not totally in control of your own destiny. You have a big say in it, and your decision making makes a big difference, but it's not totally in your hands. There are other people who can mess it up, change it, get in the way. So you need those little things to go your way. You need your gear to be absolutely on point, and with foiling we've seen makes a huge difference getting the gear tuned correctly and having the right stuff. And that definitely comes with experience, but considering how old Johan is, he's definitely feels like he's got an old head on a young body. he's focused as well. I mean, I just spoke to him about the Olympics actually earlier, and he enjoyed the experience a lot. I think you could see, you know, and he maybe didn't get his best result or what result he wanted. He did have a bit of heat stroke. He was saying it was crazy hot the last days, and he got a bit frazzled, and that definitely didn't help. Which is pretty cool because he never really mentioned that in his social media stuff. I think he didn't want to be the one moaning, but I could tell from speaking to him that definitely was not a helpful thing for the situation, especially at the Olympics towards the end. But yeah, it's a learning experience. You're going to gain quite a lot from going. Okay, so we have heard we might have a drone down. Oh dear, that's not a good sign. So we might have a slight delay while Mr. Drone number 2 comes up. So I'm not sure if it's actually drowned it or is... Well, we don't know. We'll get an update, but it doesn't sound good. It sounds kind of like a terminal problem. Oh dear. Well, day one, one drone down. That's the problem with drones. What else have we got on here? Let's have a look. Yeah, let us know in the comments because we have got a bit of time to kill by the sounds of it as we wait for the final of Elimination 3. Drone down, drone down. If you're in Ebeltoft, you might be able to find some drone at the bottom of the sea. I was actually speaking to, man, I really should need to get his name, Richard Michael. Anyway, he found a Rolex. Wow. A Rolex in the water. That's pretty crazy, isn't it? 10 grand's worth of Rolex. And he'd actually met the guys who lost the Rolex 3 months earlier. He kind of couldn't quite understand their Danish, but he'd understand the Rolex and understand it was in the water somewhere. Anyway, 3 months later, he said, walking in every day, he's always been looking down. 3 months later, he sees this little bit of metal and he thinks, oh, put his hand down there. Turns out he found the Rolex. He then spent the next, I don't know how many days, trying to track down the guy who'd lost the Rolex to give it him back. Managed to track him down. The guy came up and give him a grand for finding it. It's pretty good. I mean, there's a lot of people who would not have made the effort to find the guy who'd lost his Rolex. So I thought that's a top bloke already. You know, what a top geezer. That's pretty cool. I mean, 10 grand. Wow. I mean, I'm not really into watches or Rolexes, so I don't. Oh, big crash on the boat. So we've got, they're changing some propellers or something. So there is a bit of maintenance going on. Anyone got any stories of finding Rolexes? But yeah, that's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive, especially in this day and age. Who was I speaking to about? I mean, I'm not, like I said, wearing 10 grams of watch on your wrist. Bloody hell. Scary. So, what's the moral of the story there? There's quite a few morals, I think, but definitely look down when you're walking out to go windsurfing. You never know what you're going to find. So hopefully we are going to get the drone back up. We're going into Elimination 3, runners-up final, winners final. Who will be leading after day 1? Like I said, Noah Winter at the moment is leading this event with 2 third places. So let's say Johan So won the second one. If he wins the next one, he would have a 10th place and 2 first places. Could he be winning this event after 3? I don't know. I don't think he could. If Noah Winter's in the top 3, I don't think he can. Well, I don't go. The drone is back. We're on. Game on. So we still have the drone. That's good news. That's good news. Maybe it was just a semi-crash. Some low-flying duck got in the way or something. I'm joking. There was no duck involved. It's fine. All right, so drone is back on. We are going to be going into runners-up final and men's winners final. This is the runners-up final. So we've got Nielsen, sorry. We've got Orum. We've got Brosio. We've got Cox, Van der Weg, Permin, and Fredrickson. So Permin didn't make it. Yeah, wow. He's had a couple of close. He's going for the win of the runners-up final, isn't he, on that, Patrick? Here we go. We've got John Gray says, a friend of mine, a friend of my dad's, dropped a 30k Rolex in the snow. Jesus, in Zermatt, on a drunken walk back to his chalet. When he realised it had gone the next morning, he went to the police station and it was waiting for him to collect. Wow. See, there are some absolutely honest, nice people around. That is pretty cool. 30k for a watch. My God. The policeman joked the Rolex weren't a big deal in some. Yeah, exactly what I was going to say. When you go to some of those places in Switzerland, it's probably like a cheap one. It's like a Casio, where I come from. £5 Casio. So, my God, 30k for a watch. For a watch? Tells the time. I've got like an expensive Garmin, like GPS watch, which I thought was expensive. Now I realise it's not expensive. I like a pauper. So, if you are just joining us, yes, we are talking about Rolexes. Anyone else got any good watch stories? Seems to be where we're just killing a bit of time. But the drone is back up. Red flag is up. 4 minutes to go till the start. Last elimination of the day. 6 meter seemed to be the order of the day in for sales. That was kind of the most common size. Obviously, a few of the smaller guys on a few, the smaller sizes. Bigger guys may be on a slightly bit bigger, but 6 meter seemed to be the average size what everyone was on. And then the low sort of 400 foils, 420s. So we've also got apparently 2 Liberty harnesses as prizes to give away, as well as the prize money. So Liberty X, which is the waist harness with the sort of little bit of seat on it, which seems to be a popular style of harness for the foilers, especially the foilers, I would say, and the long distance sailors. Quite a comfortable harness, actually. I've got one, which I've been using a bit for slalom. I'm mixing between that and the waist harness. With the cost of windsurfing gear, you can't. Who can afford a Rolex? Well, the guys that can afford a Rolex could probably afford windsurfing gear. An extra, isn't it? It's not something like a must-have, a Rolex. I think if you've got a Rolex, you're not short of a bob or two. Permin, okay, is 15. Okay, I've heard mixed feelings about this guy. Permin is 16. Okay, Permin. Oh, this is on the Patrick. Oh, he's going well. Gustav. Okay, so we got a few younger riders. Here he is. Yeah, Gustav Permin, 15 years old, 180 tall and 84 kilos at 15. 84 kilos. Blimey hell. A big fella, 180. 15 years old. I think at 15, I haven't grown since I was 15. So if he's 50, yeah, he's going to be a good slalom racer. He's already playing with the big boys at the moment. So Gustav Permin on the Patrick. He's been really on the edge of making... I was thinking this before. You know, this runners-up final gives the guys a chance. Like, if you make the final, but you're finishing at the back of the final, are you better to be in the runners-up final winning? You know what I mean? Maybe, because you get a bit of exposure, get a bit of chance to win. You know, I think that's quite cool. But obviously, these boys want to be in the winners' final. I wonder who is the top under 18s rider at this competition. Here we go. Runners-up final kicking off. We got that loft sail. He's always ahead of the pack. It's like playing catch up. He goes in a bit slower, whereas the other boy's coming in with a bit more speed, but he's picked up speed already. And he's going to be pretty early. Please don't go over. Oh, I'm pretty sure he's over, isn't he? Let's wait and see, but I'm pretty sure that's a general recall. Oh, Fredriksson, I think it is. He's been a culprit for that. How old's Mr. Christopher Daniel Fredriksson? Can we bring his stats up? I don't know if we can. Fredriksson. I'm going to guess he's younger. Maybe we don't have his stats. I don't know. But here he is. There we go. Casper. No, that's Nielsen. That's Nielsen. I'm looking for Fredriksson. 188. I think it's Fredriksson. Here he is. 19. Okay. 190. All big fellas, 90 kilos. Mikkel says, get used to the big young boys. I feel like a dwarf amongst the young Danish boys. They're massive, aren't they? And like you're saying, you're 178 tall. I'm like 174. So I'm literally like, I'm walking around here on the beach and they're all towering over me. Yeah, they don't make them like they used to, do they? I'm used to the Dutchies being really tall, but the Danish are also bloody massive. And the Vikings. Right. Let's. I think we've lost Fredriksson again. Hopefully we'll get confirmation, but I'm pretty sure that was him on the loft. The other loft was Nielsen, Casper Nielsen, 148. But I think he managed to stay behind the line. Guess we'll soon find out. So just waiting for the restart after the general recall. It's always a problem with the general recall because the drone has been up there for a bit longer and then obviously it kind of messes with the sync. So hopefully we've got enough time. So general recall hopefully is going down soon. We get this runners-up final and then the winners final. Last elimination of the day. Elimination 3. There we go. Flag is up. That is Nielsen. So Nielsen looks like he's still in it. There's Permin on the Patrick. 15 years old. And a giant. I think I'm just one of the shorter humans out there. Maybe that's what everyone is now, the norm. Everyone's massive. So who do you think is going to be leading after day one here in Denmark? Will it be Noah Winter? He's already in the final. So a consistent result, let's say another third or fourth, and he should be leading at the end of day one. And that would be a pretty good one. He learnt to windsurf on this bay. So that would be quite fitting, wouldn't it? But there is a challenge from behind of that disappointing first race from Becker and So, but they are coming back pretty strong. And I think they are looking relatively unstoppable. If they don't go over the line early, they get a clean race. I can't see them being outside the top two. They've just got a little bit more legs at the moment in this wind. And that could change if we get different conditions. So, runners-up final. Waiting for the flag to go down. That yacht. Look at this. Lovely. Lovely. Okay. Should be any second now. We should start to see them lining up. Here we go. Where are we going, boys? And there we go. It's off. Oh. Yeah, there we go. There's not many left. Was there quite a few people over the line then? Oh, no, there we go. So I think it's Nielsen leading. Permin in second. Look at that. You can see the speed as they come down this first reach in the runners-up final. Elimination 3. Nielsen on the orange loft sail. It looks like... good question. Oram in second, maybe. Permin. There we go. But it is Nielsen in the lead. Permin, 15 years old, in second place at the moment. And then it is Oram. I know you don't pronounce it like that. The Danish people are just like cringing out there going, oh my God, he's destroying our names. But Nielsen at the front right now on the loft sail. Coming into that first mark, or second mark, sorry. So Nielsen rounding first. Permin in second, or just catches it a little bit. Oram coming through. And then we've got the duotone of maybe, is that Hugo Cox on the duotone? Look at that. Nice conditions here for foiling in Denmark. Ebeltoft Bay. We're live with Elimination 3, runners-up final. Nielsen having a battle here with Permin. 2 jibe marks to go. Can Nielsen hold off the young challenger? What's he going to do on this jibe mark as we come in here? Let's stay on that drone shot. It looks so good. We can see the lines. There we go. So Nielsen, it's a pretty solid jibe. A little bit of a touchdown there, but there's a worse jibe from Permin, and that's opened the door for third and fourth to come through. But Nielsen has pulled away a little bit here. You can see they're just on the edge of foiling, so there is a few little holes out there. But Nielsen looking good on the loft. Patrick in second place with Permin, so he's still got a chance here. Any mistake on that last jibe mark will open the door. So this is Kasper Friis Nielsen. 18 years old. So there's a lot of young riders coming through here. He has left a little opening, but a great jibe from Nielsen there. Just shuts the door. Permin still stays lovely in second place. But Nielsen looks like he's going to get this final wrapped up. And this will be an 11th place. Obviously, first in the runners-up final is 11th. 10 riders in the final. And this is the first of the challenges. So runners-up final, winner will be Nielsen. Just needs to cross the line. It's never over till it's over. I'm already saying it's over, but it's definitely not. You never know with these big gusts, and there's a real fight behind him. Look at this. Permin is actually catching. Oh, there's not a lot of time left, but Nielsen will cross the line in first. Permin in second, and then it looks between... who was it? Oram. Just getting it ahead of Cox, I think. I'm just looking at the comments. Is Casper on loft sales? Well, I hope I've got the right one, but it was Denmark 148, Casper Nielsen. So I would imagine he's on loft sales. So, going up, Elimination 3 final. All the big guns are in this. Who will take Elimination 3 and who will be leading after day 1? That's the question. That's how the final looks. So Johan So, winner of the last elimination. Michelle Becker, second in the last one. We got Fabian Wolf, who won the first elimination, but then crashed out in the second final. We got Noah Winter, who is leading overall with a consistent 2 third places. Cyril Everard, he's been looking good. Finished second in the first one, so he's definitely got a chance if he can get up there in this. Hugo Schoberg, we've got Poggyman, Hessels, Dietz, and Heinmeyer. So, final coming up. Anyone want to make any predictions? I mean, I'm a betting man, but I was going to say I'm not a betting man, but I am a betting man. I would say Johan So is going to be difficult to beat. Becker could do it, but I feel like Johan, from what we've seen so far, has a little bit of a speed edge right now. And then I think the real interesting battle is that third place. I think this is actually where we could see a lot of the action and the close racing. John Gray says, it's going to be so. It's going to be so. Let it be so. Is that a line out of a movie? Or is that Star Trek or something? Here we go. Final elimination 3. Let's get it lined up. We've got Schoberg on the duotone, white duotone. There's a few people who've gone a bit early. Dietz has definitely gone early. He's trying to slow down. Johan So is trying to slow down. There is a few people who are pushing. This could be a general recall. We've got the Wolf Upwind on the red Severn. Poggyman right next to him on the S2 Maui sails, orange and yellow sail. We've obviously got the North, which is Heinmeyer. We got Schoberg down this bottom end. We've got Noah Winter poking out. Johan So. And, wow, it's a good start. Great start from Schoberg down this bottom end. And again, you could see Johan not pushing the start, but we're going to see the beast pushing through. And here he goes, sticking out the middle of the pack. Johan So on the 0.7. It's Schoberg from Sweden that's leading. But look at the speed from the Danish rider. The beast is in beast mode right now and absolutely powering through. So is Michelle Becker. We got Noah Winter behind. The Wolf is there. Everard a bit further back is Poggyman. But I tell you what, the Swedish rider Schoberg is having a right show here, and he's going to go in second place. Can he get the inside line? No. Johan So rounding first. Schoberg, great jibe from him in second. Then we've got Michelle Becker moving up into third place now, and Schoberg is holding on, but out in front Johan So is eking out a lead as here comes Michelle Becker. We can't even see the guys at the back because these boys are absolutely flying right in the front as we come into the second jibe mark. Johan So on the 0.7 FMX equipment is flying. And there we go. Johan So rounding first, then Michelle Becker, then Schoberg. What we got going on behind? We've got Winters in there. We've got the Wolf has dropped back a bit. That's the problem when they're going this quick. It's hard to get ahead to see. But it's Johan So in first. There we go. Then we got Michelle Becker and the Wolf is in third place. Oh, he's going to be absolutely gutted about that second elimination. The Wolf, without that crash, he could be leading overall. But he won't be now. He's got a 10th place to count at the moment. But Johan So looks like he's going to back up that second elimination win with a third elimination win. Still 2 jibe marks to go, but Johan So does not make mistakes. The beast is in beast mode. So Johan So in first, then Michelle Becker, then the Wolf. Then we've got Noah Winter. He might be leading this event if he stays in 4th place. Oh, then we've got a real battle behind. We've got the North Rider, which is Hainmeyer. He's been going better and better throughout this competition. That's how the chasing pack looks. That's Michelle Becker in second. The Wolf has not given up on second place right now. Winter looking good in fourth place. He's going to hope that a mistake from the other three riders ahead of him, but still consistent racing as Johan So goes round the last jibe mark in first place. Michelle Becker in second. The Wolf right behind him. The Wolf can't afford a mistake, and he does a very easy jibe. Then you can see he didn't want to make a mistake. Great jibe from Winter, though. And then we've got Hainmeyer on the North Sail. But it is going to be another elimination win for Johan So from
Critically low
Denmark.
battery
So
warning.
Johan So wins the third elimination, and he will now be climbing up the rankings, looking for that discard after a mistake in the first elimination. Second place will be Michelle Becker. Well, they've not actually crossed the line yet, but it was pretty much a foregone conclusion. Yeah, Michelle Becker goes over the line in second. Then we have third place, the Wolf. Then we've got Winter, who will be leading this competition. Then we've got Hainmeyer on the North Sail. Poggeman is in there. Hessels looks like he's in there. Everard, Dietz, and Schoberg dropped back a bit, unfortunately, but he was looking good at that first one. So, yeah, there we go. I mean, you've got to remember, Michelle Becker is not slow. Did you see the speed of Johan So? You know, Becker, we've seen him racing on the World Cup, how, you know, he's been up there in the finals and stuff. We haven't seen Johan So in the PWA this year. Obviously, close to that world title last year. Interesting. Looking forward to seeing him. He's just won the IFCA European foil competition. So he is in that mode, isn't he? He is hungry. The beast is hungry. Let's have a look at the comments. We got Quake FTW saying Johan is insanely fast. Marty saying, holy crap, that's some speed on the foil by So. Phil is saying, will Johan be in the later PWA events this year? As far as I know, yes. We should be seeing him in Silt. John Gray obviously saying it's going to be So. Make it so. Exactly. So, yeah, there we go. That is how the beast looks at full speed. Obviously, a mistake in the first one. Otherwise, he could have probably had 3 wins today. It looks pretty ominous, doesn't it? He is looking in good form, Johan So. So we're going to be getting interviews on the beach. We did have a few technical issues earlier, but hopefully it should all be sorted. So we'll be getting some interviews. Stay tuned, obviously, for the highlights video tonight, where you'll get a condensed version of what happened today. But that will be the last elimination in terms of action for the day on the opening day of the EPWT first ever event. Yeah, here in Denmark at Ebeltoft. In the east of Denmark. We've got a hell of a forecast for tomorrow. Like, it does look a consistently 20 knots day, and then it looks to be increasing towards the end of the day. Obviously, with these crazy forecasts, you don't know if that's going to come early, late, or not come at all. I've seen on different forecasts, forecasting different things, and it's been changing because it obviously is like a little sort of mini crazy peak. So we'll see what we get tomorrow. But we're definitely going to be getting some racing. We're definitely going to be bringing you the live action. Be interesting to hear if they have changed their gear. Like I said, we'll find out from the riders in a second to see what gear they're on, if they stayed on the same gear all day. But what they were using earlier was 6-meter stuff. You can see this gives you an idea of the situation here in Ebeltoft, and it is a really good situation for windsurfing. That's Michelle Becker, 26 years of age, 181, 93 kilos. I think it's quite cool to see the stats. Gives you a real idea of what they are. I mean, you see the Wolf. He was what 197, I think he was, which is pretty tall, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. 197, 88 kilos, 26 years old. Who else we got there? Johan So, obviously. Got Noah Winter, one of the shorter riders. So 20 years old, 185. He's not that short. 85 kilos. He's definitely one of the lighter riders. There we go. Johan So, the beast himself, 195, 97 kilos. I mean, that does seem to be a good weight for foiling, I would say. We've got So is on the FMX. I'm just reading the comments. So he's on a Patrick foil. Yeah, he's on a Patrick foil, the Aeon foil. Tomorrow is going to be a big day, says Nigel. Forecast looks spicy. There we go. Everard, 20 years old, 183, 88 kilos. We are going to be doing some interviews. Here we go.
Okay, we're live now. Okay, Michel, the final race of the day, and it was a good one for you.
Yeah, again, second place. I felt very comfortable on my 6.2. The conditions stayed the same throughout the whole day, so it was really nice to just go with this set of gear, and had a good fight with Johan at the start. But, wow, this guy is a machine.
It looked windy. There was a bit of a squall while you were out there, was there?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes a bit of rain comes through and then it's up and down afterwards, but I would say more steady than I expected today.
Yeah. Well done. Good race.
Thank you.
I'll talk to some others. Right, Fabian. Okay, a good race again, and you made it back to third, no?
Yeah, like I knew this race would be really important after I kind of took myself out in the second elimination. But yeah, it's a solid third place. I was catching up a bit to Michel, but had again like a wobbly last jibe. But I just, managed to finish third, so it's a solid.
Yeah, made up for that second race. You're a bit frustrated, were you?
Yeah, I was catching up to Noah. I was always like overtaking on the speed, but he still had the inside lane. And then on the last jibe, I really tried to attack, but then I wanted to go inside, but there was no inside. So I fell in the drink, but yeah, it is part of the game, no?
Yeah. Good day all in all?
Yeah, solid day. Looking forward to tomorrow's.
More win.
Yeah, more win, more races, let's go.
Okay. Cool, well let's get some more interviews, hang on a minute. Who have we got? Hang on, let's go and talk to Everard. How are we doing?
Last one was tricky. I was quite fast, happy with my speed. And then just Hugo followed in front of me. So I get scared to hit you when he was on the water, so I squeeze my I close my jibe and I just flip away. But
and are you still wearing some weight?
Yeah, I still have 4 kilograms in my back.
4? It was 3 this morning.
Yeah, but no, I was 6-7 the whole day, so quite pulled up, but it was nice, really nice. It was
a good day all in all.
Yeah, it was a good day, and I'm expecting for tomorrow good racing. So
even windier.
Perfect.
Cool. Foggy man, how are you? Good day.
This was okay. 3 times 6. Like finals, I could have done some things better, but happens racing tomorrow's another day also.
You had a good start in that one, though. What happened for the rest of the race?
The first jab was still okay, and then the guys in front of me, like Hugo and Siri, crashed, and I couldn't go inside, or didn't go inside, and then I have to check in a video. Maybe something would have been possible, but and then I had to really slow down, came off a foil, and then I had to pump up again, and then some guy got me there.
Yeah. And what have you been on? What size have you been on today?
I've been the whole day on 6.0 and the small front wing 366. Yes.
All right. So same again tomorrow, maybe even smaller. So
I think tomorrow's going to be smaller. It's going to be 5.0 stuff like that.
Cool, man. All right. Let's go talk to Hugo's here. Schoberg.
Normally you can hear this is exactly how it should be.
Yeah.
Hugo.
Hi.
Very good start. What else happened in that race?
It was a good start. Had a good lead, then I got passed by Johan and Michel, and then on the second mark I hooked in the jibe, so I fell. So it was unfortunate.
And a good day all in all. Have you enjoyed the conditions?
Yeah, it was really fun. A lot of good racing, very good organized, feels really good, yeah.
Yeah, cool. And more wind tomorrow, hopefully.
A lot more wind, looks like.
All right,
so we're going to bring out the small gear tomorrow.
Perfect. Let's go find Johan, who's hiding over here. Hang on, two better races today, this afternoon?
The last one was going good, yeah.
finally feeling the speed. Also the board was feeling like a train. It was just moving. So finally found the form. Still not the best races, but looking forward to tomorrow.
And avoiding the weed. There's a bit of weed this morning.
Yeah, this morning it was more. After there was a bit less. Yeah. So that's better.
Perfect. Well, good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, last one. Hang on a second. Here's Johan with his massive trailer. What's in the trailer? What's the bags?
Yeah.
We're live. Johan, another win. Getting consistent now.
Yeah, was nice again. Good conditions.
Yeah. You're getting pushed by Michelle and the wolf.
Yeah, for sure. And the start was pretty close. I think I almost tapped Michelle's board, so he made a touchdown. But
but you've got speed on everyone else. It looks like.
Yeah, it feels like it for sure. Yeah.
And is it nice to be back on this gear rather than IQ4?
Yeah, it's more relaxing. More relaxing.
Cool, man. And look forward to the win tomorrow. You got smaller gear?
Yeah, I look forward to it, especially when we can have the small board and the really small sail. So it's perfect. Yeah, cool. I'm looking forward.
Look forward to seeing what happens tomorrow in the wind.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, back to Ben. I guess we've pretty much done the crew.
Okay, so there you go. That is it. Day number 1 is a wrap. EPWT has kicked off 3 eliminations, and we have got overall results.
Hang on, I think I might have.
I think we still got Alfie on the sound at the moment, or I definitely have. But this is the results at the end of day 1. Noah Winter is leading. Like I said, I knew it would be close. 10 points, but just ahead of the second place Danish rider, Johan. So that 9th place at the beginning, which I think should be 10th, to be honest, because it was a PMS. So I'm sure that will get cleared up. But he will still be second. Michelle Becker will go back a few points as well because he's got a 10th, 14. And I think the Wolf will end up 3rd. Yeah, so I'm not sure those results are exactly right, but you get roughly an idea. I think that first race messing up. Cyril Everard, you could see, is going okay. Hugo Schoberg, those guys went down at the mark, and that's what's caused the problem. But there we go. Successful first day. 3 eliminations done. Join us tomorrow, but stay tuned to the channel. We will be having the highlights video going up as soon as possible. It shouldn't be too late because we are finished a little bit early today, so that's good news. Wind forecast for Benoro looks great. Stay tuned. We'll be back. You haven't ended the stream.
No, yeah, I'll do that now. You know what? It's like it says it's been running 4 hours, 50 minutes, but then it's on down on the timeline. It says 2.5 hours.
Oh shit.
And I don't know why it's like that.
Ah, we go. Well, it's finished on the YouTube. I'm looking at it, so I would end it.
Yeah, okay, I ended then. I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah.